One thing, attestation is important. And there are two methods. Maybe you can make it, let us see, one original, I have the Sorry, I haven't updated my slides.
You have?
The reason being I forgot to save, actually, and now I uploaded the new version. Is it okay?
Okay, if you
Same
how did you...
If you refresh the well, the same link Sunil sent a while back.
Oh, that one.
Yeah, this one.
This one. Yes, I put to myself. Is that updated?
No.
Okay.
No, sir. Why?
Yeah, I don't know.
I can see anybody.
Oh, so nice. That's speedy.
Yeah.
I'm hearing my own voice.
Yeah,
The worst.
I think everyone does. Does he?
Oh, can you put on a name tag?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I will put on there. Yeah.
But I think it's everyone.
Okay, now the same link, sorry.
The same link?
Yeah.
This one?
Yeah.
The PDF one.
PDF. Let me check last page. Oh. Oh yes, correct.
Yeah?
Correct.
Okay.
Check the video.
Yeah, it was the last. It was over there. And go. Yes. Is the live stream ready? And go. Got it. What's it? Okay. Yeah.
I used to live in a psychic city. I never knew what would happen in a day. I might be looking out the window, and a friend might say, come on over, come on over, come on over, we're having a party for you. Come on over, come on over, come on over, we're having a party for you. And yeah, I used to live in a voodoo city where every little thing had its own secret life. I like washing up the dishes. And the kitchen might say, hang around, baby, baby, hang around, baby, baby, hang around, baby, we'll be baking a cake for you. Hang around, baby, baby, hang around, baby, baby, hang around, baby, we'll be baking a cake for you.
You have like fun. Right, so what else? Okay. Um, Alright, so what was um, do you notice any patterns, anything that came up in conversations or thoughts? Okay, so we're gonna after now we're gonna capture some of the challenges and opportunities that we can hear out of what members are saying. Um, Please note again that we are not attestations or DAO experts, so if we ask you first and foremost how does this apply to effects, what do you have in mind? We'll hear this together. Okay, wow, okay, cool. Oh, this sounds really interesting. And we'll call it the DC opportunity assessment. Okay. All right, so we have um, yeah, exactly. Quite a lot of them basically. Ja, ich glaube, das war gut für den Umsetzung. Weil dann können die halt sehen, weißt du, dass das irgendwie verändert. Ja, Schaden und Opportunities. Ja, it's really, yeah. Okay, then we have the three dots. Yeah, and then we randomly assign people, right? Yeah. And then we have 5 topics. So we voted on 6 groups. That's drink in the end after lunch. Okay, still don't worry about
Hello.
I heard you're the facilitator.
yes.
I'm Jeremy.
That's
Thanks, Tyler. Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
good.
It's cool. I like
I
it.
think you're
My bonus.
classified with
That's a
Tickling out of your
radiation.
pocket.
That's a radiation.
It's like, come here.
No, my excitement. Impromptu networking, fucking have fun.
Yeah, looking forward.
You're ready for it. You're bringing the energy.
Absolutely.
Nice one.
No, I'm a liberating structures fanatic.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, I'm actually, the reason I'm here is because I want to make a liberating structures DAO through attestation. I want to have a proof of learning of liberating structures.
Cool. Very cool.
It's like you guys are gonna host impromptu networking. All of these guys can now validate each other and go, hey, we've seen this tool.
Yeah. So you
And we can validate you guys and go, hey, you two know how to host people in this tool. Yeah.
And we're all super motivated after the whole thing.
Slowly kind of over time, like reputation sort of emerges, like credibility and proof of learning. So that's awesome. I really just want to continue pitching.
No, cool.
Yeah, no worries. We're just doing dry runs, so running through all the slides, now that everything's set up. We're just discussing, but I think because we've been online for such a long time, we're noticing difference. So it's like, okay, actually, offline, where do they go on their own? Yeah, so it's
going back to what we used to do.
Yeah.
For 2 years, we haven't.
Yeah.
I hosted Impromptu Networking yesterday in the Dallas, just as a breakout session in their own conference. And I was just like, oh my god, how I missed how effortless and effervescent this is.
No breakup rooms either.
Yeah, I mean, on one hand, it's very hard to get people to shut up. But on the other hand,
Well, we have a rule for that. We'll see later.
That was the rule I used too.
Really? It didn't work?
No, it worked. I mean, it just takes a while.
Yeah.
I mean, the first round, people were silent in the very beginning, very fast. But by the third round, they were just like, "You shut up with making us go to another conversation." We're vibing out here. You're getting in the way.
Excuse me. Don't kill my vibe.
Cool.
Good. No, well, but then definitely happy to give you a little, I don't know, inception moment.
Come on, we're growing.
Well, I mean, I don't know how deep we're going into, but this is the back end. This is our
Where, next 10 minutes, some little notes here and there.
very detailed. The master, right? The mastermind behind whatever we're doing. We're just we're gonna do a couple networking, after some opportunities and challenges, then going into job posting, which was the most relevant one. Exactly, and then we'll have lunch in between, but basically, after lunch then going into not before lunch, so praising how my team has started according to the work challenge. Started. Yeah, exactly.
I'm deep in your game. I just said, where are the facilitators?
It's great.
You never know. You never
exactly.
know. They could have said there are no facilitators, and then the day is mine.
Don't hijack.
No, if I look at what you guys have planned, I'm actually deeply sad and excited.
No, you should say no. I said you should facilitate from within. It's always good to have people in the group who know what's going on. So how might we? Some will have a break. We're all about energy and ESG, so we're finish with energizer, and then go into ideation, clarifying some principles within movement brainstorming, and communicating. There's
Is that like Triz or?
Those maybe 3 more. There was another one. And honestly, those techniques have so many names. negative way, something that you start with the
How do you structure that?
exactly how to structure that, turning it into.
See, this is why I like liberating structures, because they offer a shared grammar, a nomenclature. So
Yeah.
you're like, hey, I know what you're talking. As soon as I see any wrong with that wording, I know exactly
That's
what
true.
we're talking about.
Yeah. Cool. And then attestation is, I think it's also called round robin, where you build on each other's idea and kind of pass on what some of people are full of. So using those two to see that we get as many ideas as possible.
So you guys are basically doing a mini design sprint.
Yeah, it's in three parts. So we have identifying challenges and getting to know each other, ideation, so how do we solve this?
Right, because I mean we are the users, so technically like the entity is already there.
Yeah.
Exactly. That is a lot. And then the third one is working through how to solve things. So what are the challenges, and then they turn themselves experts already.
Oh no, I'm always an expert from day one. Cool.
Yeah.
Gorgeous.
There's some community principles. Yeah, it's getting a lot of stuff done today.
Exactly. And I like as an inside. So how much time did you guys put into preparing the program?
Quite some hours.
Yeah, I think also depending, like you had to understand like what the whole idea behind this is, right?
I mean, our process usually working with people is first of all getting to know them, an understanding of okay, what is like, what's your intent there, what outcomes do you want to have, but then we co-design with the clients. So it's like we draft the design and then together it's like, is this what you expect it to be? Like, would this work? How do you feel about it? Like, what do you know usually before go there? It's like this could be better.
Yeah.
So it's like co-design in that approach, and then this is quite bespoke in its setup. Like we have some courses that are off the shelf, but this is where we're tweaking lots of little details. So 7 hours for an entire day, so it's 12 hours.
Yeah, I would say between 3 and 5 days. I would put that. Also another.
Yeah. That's Mark there, yeah.
Yeah. I don't actually know how much.
Well, they're around.
Yeah, and I mean then the design. Yeah. No. But we should definitely
You guys want to be internet friends? Like I said, I
internet
have to hop off
friends.
unfortunately at 10:30.
Oh, you do?
I know, right? So I
Well,
can
that's so
literally
you're only
imbue
looking for
you.
the
I can
friends
literally
online.
imbue you with some bugs. Yeah.
Are you on LinkedIn? Right? Isn't there like a mostly?
The only thing there is like a QR code thing, which has my way on the phone.
Yeah.
Their app
Where
or
do I
their
find it again?
Oh, we have 15 shared connections.
Size? Where do I find it again?
And click on search and then
Oh yeah. She's in our. Yeah.
Yeah, I am aware of the Nottingham before.
Oh yeah. Of course. Yeah. Yeah, it's such a nice community as well.
very nice, Brian. Wow, you just
I get around for real, as you can tell.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Wow, okay. That's like funkiest mix ever.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you're in the Never.com community, I can see like some
Actually,
cross connections.
sure, mix it up. What's interesting on the pitch list? So
No,
I
but
know.
let's stay connected and then see. Yeah.
So are you located in Europe?
Yeah, no, I'm local in Amsterdam.
Oh, okay.
Do you freelance also?
No, I have a day job. I work with Accenture.
Oh, right.
So that's where I gotta go. Lunch very accessible to most folks.
Yeah.
So this year I'm one of those guys that can't hear how they say computer on that language. Now these nerds and DAOs. So that's it. Well, thank you guys so much.
Yeah, thank you
let's
for
be
coming
internet friends
back.
forever. And I'm gonna go.
Good to meet you, Darren. Good day at work. Ganz rechts på det reception links.
go on, like I glister in the sun. Let me go on. Big hands, I know you're the one. Body and beats, I stain my sheets, I don't even know why. My girlfriend, she's at the end, she is starting to cry. Let me go on, like I glister in the sun. Let me go on. Big hands, I know you're the one. Let me go on, like I glister in the sun. Let me go on. Big hands, I know you're the one. I can see clearly now, the rain is gone. I can see all obstacles in my way. Gonna the dark clouds that had me blind. It's gonna be a bright, 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 sunshiny day. Gonna be a bright, 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 sunshiny day. I think I can make it now. The pain is gone. All of the bad feelings have disappeared. Even the rainbow I've been praying for. It's gonna be a bright, 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 sunshiny day. I can see clearly now, the rain is gone. I can see all obstacles in my way. Going up the dark clouds that had me blind. It's gonna be a bright, 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 sunshiny day. It's gonna be a bright, 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 sunshiny day.
Yes. Shall we move to the side?
Så det som var Leute.
Ja. Okay.
Aber wenn Lektionen Zeit hätten, wenn wir heute da sind, vielleicht während der Initiative, aber max
Ach so.
10 Minuten.
You can sing a song in your kitchen. You just want to feel good about life. Let's do this. Everybody's hey, let me hear you say, can you say one more time? You sing it. One more time, clap your hands right Can you keep singing? Keep singing. I'm sorry, y'all sing that one on Wednesday at 12 noon. They have an issue on the job with a boss you just got. Everybody sing it right. Feel better. Everybody say it. If you're alright, just say yeah. I said, if you feel alright, yeah. You're tired? Don't do it. Nah, you know what? I really feel like playing too long, so wherever Rebecca is, Bishop, sit me down. I got the organ of my dreams. I'm going to play some of the people, all the people I love. I just want to play music. I'll be honest.
Oh shit. Good thing that's coffee.
I'll get you set up.
And you would start and
You start and then we take over from there.
Yeah, because we only have
Cool. I got you. Yeah.
Alright. So let's start, guys. Thank you so much for coming in. Really appreciate this group coming in here. We are here to do a sort of an experiment where we are creating a platform for people to come in and chat and think about attestation. Now, let me start with my story of foraying into the realm of attestations. So in 2015, 2016, I was part of a big corporate back in Australia, looking at blockchain and exploring solutions. And we were looking at one of the processes on how to cut costs from doing all the KYC processes, know your customer processes, that you would do over and over again. And in a place like Australia, it makes a lot of sense because 80% of the population has multiple banking accounts, and you are going through this process many times over. And that's one huge cost. And we came to attestation, and we explored self-organizing at that point of time. But then really quickly came to know that attestation has got more legs, more opportunities, and more use cases that can be powered by it. Now, the bank, it's unreal to expect them to give the power of the data and the ownership of the data to the people, and to let them have more control over it. So it's a bit of an unreal expectation. However, decentralized identity has been around for a long time, and we haven't seen real meaningful traction on it anyway so far. But now, in Web3 space, our ethos are aligned. There are way more use cases, and in order to bring the real world Web2 identities into blockchain, attestation stand as one of the key pillars on enabling that. Now, today, we have a view. Smart Local Labs have been working on attestation for quite a while, and so we have a view, so we will be sharing our view. But today, most importantly, let us not our views dictate what is happening today. Really, what we want to do is get the right people in the room who have worked with attestations, who are interested in the attestation space. Let's start through the different problems as we see it, and think about how we could enable better or more mature attestation ecosystem within Ethereum. And that's what Vitalik mentioned in October as well. I think that a few of the people who are working with this project could be here. Let's see, some of them could be coming. But it's good to have a critical mass of people who are interested about it. Now, during the earlier part of the workshop, we'll be introducing it, and I'll be leaving you with very capable hands-off SAS and her team. However, at the later stage of the day, we will come together and we will discuss whether we want to create a DAO together. Now, why a DAO? When I was working with the bank, we still explored attestation and how we could use it. And in order to create any meaningful application on top of attestation, it is prudent for people to issue attestations and consume attestations. It has to be done across multiple organizations, multiple parties. And we could never really agree on the standards. We could never really agree on use case and application. But in this case, I think that since we are all Web3 and we are starting with the idea of decentralization and collaboration, this could be a forum for us to actually do that. So whether we want to DAO or not, that is a way, left with history. But we will get to that. But essentially that's what we are going to do. A really quick intro around what we had done with attestations is in 2018 we had a transfer function for the 50 FIFA tickets that were issued as NFTs. We partnered with Shanghai Sports to do that, and we created our own NFT standard, ERC 875 at that point of time. We were still thinking about NFTs as a concept that was far away for 80 million users at that point of time. But attestations are similar today, I think. But NFTs have made that tough breakthrough, right? But we used attestations and clubbed it with NFTs starting in 2018. Now, right now, for DevCon and DevConnect, after this event, you will all be getting an attestation-based ticket to be precise, which is linked to your email ID. So one of the requirements is that DevCon or DevConnect team doesn't have to know your wallet address to give you an attestation. And once you have this is the screenshot from the ticket that we had issued for this one again in October. And you can actually use it to mint an NFT, and that will be coming on very soon. But really what allows you to do is to enable permissionless integration of services for any third party who want to verify you as a legitimate ticket holder for DevCon. So you will be seeing this in action in October for DevCon. We are doing a small trial runs in the meantime. And we also tried bringing in a Twitter identity attestation to sign autographs. So that's Autograph NFT, one of our projects that we did as well. We also have a few others that use Twitter identity attestation again to send tokens to anyone, regardless of the chain that they're using, etc. Not relying on Twitter to do that. So these are a few use cases that we have played with. We coming from a unique perspective through our experience on how attestation should be used, where they are most needed, etc. However, as I said again, there are many other views that are in this room. So this is a word cloud that I put up based on the experience that people have who have registered, and the kind of things that people want to talk about with them. Now, there were a bit too many things to cover through a lightning talk per se at that point of time. So we are keeping things open. We are leaving it all to you. So this is very much like you will get more if you put more into this workshop. So with that, I'm stopping my introduction and leaving you guys with the capable hands of Sass and Katrina. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for this quick intro. We're just gonna switch screens. There we are. Welcome everyone. A very quick mini intro to the two of us. Okay, thanks. My name is Katrina or Kat. I am head of communications and facilitator at Mischief Makers. I am German. I love word jokes, so if you have any throughout the day, feel free to throw them at me. And I'm here with my colleague Saskia.
Hi, I'm Sass. I'm a business strategist and facilitator at Mischief Makers. Also, I'm a cyclist, and I really love building things. So any kind of wooden office corner, or these kind of, I think I'm dressed for the occasion now that I actually say. Yeah.
Really doing it.
Yeah.
Great. We're just improvising with our clicker here. Brief mini intro to who Mischief Makers is. It's not working as well as I thought. We're a facilitation agency, which basically means anytime people are coming together to work, learn, collaborate, we're here to make that more engaging, more interactive, and really make sure that any gathering is meaningful and you actually work towards tangible results. So that's what we are, and mischief is a bit of a word that is not super much used. So it really stands for playfulness, creativity, funny business. We're really here to shake things up and tickle the world of work a bit. With some originality. So that's what mischief stands for. And if we were just that would be us, really bringing the sparkles to the world of work. So I hope that gives you a good intro. We have a little disclaimer. If we work with people, it starts with don't hire us. First one is don't hire us if you want familiar processes with familiar results. So today we're going to lead you through a process, and you might find yourself in a moment where you're like, oh, why are we doing this? It feels a bit uncomfortable maybe, or just out of the comfort zone. That's fine. There's always a purpose to it, so don't ever think we're just doing something to make you feel weird or so. It's always with the purpose in mind to really work towards the goal of today. So we hope you can embrace that. And secondly, don't hire us if you think seriously awesome results require serious behavior. So mischief really stands for embracing the power of play. We're going to shake things up if you're playing and connecting with one another. You're doing better work. It's proven, so it's not only a theory that we made up, but it's a thing. So we also hope that you can kind of lean into that and follow our lead with this. Luckily, we've been hired. Those are some of our clients. Just to give you a little overview, we really work with all sorts of organizations, from small startups to the biggest corporates around the world. Various type of projects. So if you want to hear more about that, just connect with us in the breaks. Happy to tell you more. So leading into today, we have prepared a so-called I Do Art. Maybe some of you have heard of it before. It's an acronym standing for Intention, Design, Outcome, Gender, Roles, Rules, and Time. So we use this framework really to just make sure that all of us are on the same page, aligned, ready to go, so that there's no misunderstandings. Our intention for today is really connecting with experts, but also interested people in the room on the topic of attestation, and really contribute to the foundation of a working group DAO. That is what brought us here together. We really, in terms of tangible outcomes, want to identify any challenges within attestation. We want to ideate on possible solutions and also look into setting the foundation on a working group DAO. We have an agenda. We split it into several parts. So this morning, we're just in our introduction. We're going to have a little framing from Smart Token Lab still. And then we want to explore and exchange on the challenges and opportunities that you see within your current projects. We're going to have lunch after that, still laying the foundation before. And then after lunch, we're going to really dive into the ideation around possible solutions that are addressing your challenges, and then also going to pitch those ideas back. We're going to work in smaller groups, so we're going to hear from different perspectives and also different challenges and opportunities. The third part of today is around the working group DAO. That's an optional part, so you're very welcome to stay for that, and you can also still decide later on. We're going to explore everything around communities. What are communities? What could a community look like? And then also set some principles for the working group DAO before we then check out for the day. So that's what we have coming up. Everyone good so far? Give me a quick thumbs up on the agenda. All clear? Yeah? Great. We have some roles in the room, so Steph and I are here as your facilitators, so that really means we're guiding you through the process. We are not experts on the topic ourselves, so that's you, the participants. You bring in your knowledge, you bring in your perspectives, your questions, and everything, so we're really here to hold that space for you, but you're going to do the work, so be ready for that. And just some ground rules to make this day efficient and smooth for all of us. First off, the tennis ball. So as you can see, I have a tennis ball here, bright in yellow. If I let the tennis ball just drop out of my hand, what happens? Anyone? What happens to the ball? It bounces? Does it like bounce a lot? Especially on this floor? Yeah, it bounces a bit, right? It's like, well, maybe like a little somewhere here. I'm going to pick it back up, and now I'm going to smash it into the ground. What happens now? Oh my God! I know that was you.
I'm not sure what I was supposed to do.
Throw it back. Great, thank you. Yeah, so the tennis ball is basically a little metaphor for the energy that you put into today. So if you're here and you're the drop tennis ball, that's fine. You're going to get a bit of response and output as well. But if you're the thrown tennis ball, this is what you're going to get back as well. So really putting in the energy into the group, into yourself today is going to bring more results, bring more output in the end of the day. So we really hope that you can be the thrown tennis ball in the session. We have a little parking lot over there. This is just for us if there's any conversations, any topics that arise that are still really interesting but a bit out of scope of today. We can park them. You can take them into a lunch break, or just, the Smart Token Lab people will be happy to follow up on that topic, I think. So just to keep the focus on the topic of today, if there's anything that pops in your mind, feel free to put it on there, and we will also navigate towards that. We have a little note on just capturing. As I said, Saskia and I are not super deep into this topic, so we'll do our best to kind of adapt and follow your language. But please bear with us and see that we capture the things correctly, and feel free to correct us in the process. I'm sure we'll collaborate well on this. And finally, one last rule, the hand rule. So we're a medium-sized group today. Can get a bit buzzy, so if I need your attention, I will raise my hand, and you're going to do the same if I do. So, and if your hand is raised, you cannot speak. So we're going to give this a try. If you're just chatting, do a little check. Yeah, we're chatting. Yes, that's how it works. Great. So we can all agree on those. And then finally, well, we'll have 7 hours approximately, depending on how long we stay, wrapping up around 5 o'clock. That's it about today. Any questions? No? Great. Good. Then I'm going to hand over to Zach for a second.
All right. We're going to start with a little check-in because some of you might already know each other, some might not. But we're here for the topic of attestation. So we're going to start with something that's called present your neighbor. So with the person sitting next to you, so this would be Weiwu and Bruce Wayne. You have 5 minutes to ask each other who you are, what you do, and what brought you here. So it's 5 minutes in total for both of you, 2.5 for one. And then afterwards we'll come back together and you present your neighbor to the rest of the group. So you need to know their name, what they do, and why they're here. Yeah? So that's the 2 bits here. So this way, folks are in Amsterdam, right? So we just 5 One more minute left. Switch. One more minute.
Let's try the
This works really nice. I love it. And I ask you to all get up and get into a circle. So we can do the introductions. What's it left? Yeah. Stand like this, hold the line. Alright, so you just introduce your neighbors so you know their name, what they do, and why they're here. And I'll give you a brief example for the length of the introduction that you'll give. So this is Kat, she's the head of communication at Mischief Makers, and what brought her here today is facilitating the workshop. Short and snazzy, yes? Alright, cool. We're gonna start here with Tora. Yes.
So,
Introduce.
yeah, this is Lucas. We come from MLab, which is a spin out of Consensus. He has a computer engineering background and works on implementing snacks and stacks and zero knowledge stuff on lab. Where they're working on like bridging the physical securities or real world securities into blockchain securities.
Thank you, Tara. Your turn, yes. Lucas, right?
So this is Thor. He works in Alexander Institute and is currently here as a consultant for Smart Token Labs. He has background on cryptography, more specifically in multiple computations, and yes, that's good.
Nice. Thank you.
So, hello everyone, this is Andy from India. He's a student as well as working in startup. So he's more of a Web2 developer. He came here to learn more about Web2 and more Web3 space.
Thank you.
She's Tonya from Clayton. Clayton is an one, and she works especially in smart contracts. And she came here to learn more about attestation, how you can work with Clayton itself, and third parties.
Maybe I'll, okay. Yeah, but I can also introduce you, Thomas, because I know you. So, this is Tomek, our lead UI for Apple Wallet, and he is really all things design for our place, and he is here for helping us facilitate and organize the workshop. The other facilitator is here to help us conduct and host the workshop. And here is Adam, who is from Panther Protocols, cloud architect, have been looking at attestation since 2018, and here to really understand how attestations work and to incorporate into physical availability.
Alright, I get to introduce the person there who has already heard the introduction. Is it Sunil?
Yes, you got that right.
From Smart Token Labs, and as you all know, is very interested in creating a community around attestations and connecting everyone and empowering everyone to work together in the most effective way possible.
Right. This is Go, is the Web3 API of team building the metaverse called African Web, which focused on African culture and African communities, and is really interested in attestation because it thinks it can solve a lot of the world issues, not only in the metaverse, but in some other fields like state planning, things like that. And yeah, he hopes to learn more about attestation today.
So this is Jimmy. He works for Cisco. Cisco. So he's working on a really cool product, and it solves a really simple and unique use case, which is being able to prove that you own, let's say, the Bored Ape Yacht Club. You don't want to dox yourself, so you want to get access to an explicit Discord, and to get access to that Discord, you have to prove that you own a specific NFT. You don't want to reveal to everyone your wallet. You don't want to reveal to Discord your wallet. So you mint this special token, and it gives us a zero knowledge proof, and then you can prove to that Discord channel, hey, I'm a guy that owns the Bored Ape Yacht Club NFT, without saying specifically which one. And the thing I find most cool about it is that it uses the non-transferable token, and I love non-transferable.
Thank you. Hey everyone, this is Rob from Delphi Investment Group, investment team, and what brings me here is the attestation that I get staff in Twitter.
All right. Here's my boy Dan. So he was a software engineer. Now he's working on a composable NFT project, and just very interested in learning a little bit more about the attestation space.
This is Jeremy. He is part of a community called the Group Instructors, which is a group of a 10,000-person class group of facilitators, and is here to learn about how these types of communication protocols work really well in groups, and then ultimately build attestation around that to show that you know some types of communication technologies within this community, and use them in part of learning journeys as people progress in their facilitation.
Chaos and liberating structures. This is Pooja, right? Yes, awesome. She's from New York. She is actually in the midst of starting up a new venture to help collaborators and people, freelancers doing stuff, and DAOs find each other. And she wants to use attestation to help sort of verify and establish street cred and reputation amongst these folks.
Great. Hi guys, this is Nick, who works for Smartphone Labs in Australia, and today he's interested about more about attestation, trying to understand the differences between attestation and ownership. And he has a very beautiful name.
Likewise, this is Nicholas. He was selected to do his PhD in Holland. He's working in doing a PhD in clean energy space and really interested in basically attestations and how they can link to actually use cases where people can use attestations and Web3 to manage their energy bills.
So this is Ali. He's coming from Texas. He's a blockchain specialist, and I've been following that space for enough amount of time. And basically, we expect to navigate and explore different solutions to digital ownership and how attestation will be able to provide that specifically.
And this is Allah, who comes from Dubai. He's the principal front-end engineer at Consensus. He's explored attestation before in Dubai and in academic institutions specifically. And one thing that he's interested in exploring today is whether we need to build a new standard for attestation specifically, or it could be incorporated into existing standards.
Right, so this is Coco from Prism. He's coming from Seoul. He's from the marketing team of Prism, and he's here to connect with all of us and learn more about attestation.
conversation and we will start doing those. Thank you.
Yeah, and he's from Smart Coconut, the organizer. And we are both here to get to talk about marketing and marketing together, using Smart Coconut and Stadium itself. So I'm actually here, Sonia, I'm here to explore more, and I'm here to learn and along with you.
Hey everyone, this is Weiwu. He's at Smart Token Labs. Like many of you, he's here to build like a new layer for the internet in a way that's not owned by the same 5 or 6 different companies. And he thinks that the way that we accumulate the network effect we need to do that is potentially through standardization.
This is Wayne. Wayne is a co-chair of this very verifiable token group. For those who don't know, this actually predates the decentralization EIP working group. And with everything to be claimed and verified, but most of it uses identity. So Wayne is looking for driving this into production and help with the forming standards for Web3.
You trickled in late, which is fine, but we didn't expect to introduce each other, so I'm going to ask you to introduce yourself. So, who you are, what you do, and why you're here today.
Okay, my name is Marvin, and I come from Cloud Network. I'm working for that project, and it's a decentralized computing protocol, and I'm here to learn more. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Adrian, working at System with students. So I'm going to do attestation for single sign-on and this first version of it. And we're telling ourselves that we are an attestation protocol, but well, that's me. So
Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Seki from Tokyo, and I work for IBM development platform and development and business for 25 years, and I quit IBM, and then after working a while, I found this area maybe 5-6 years ago, and I attended. I missed London, DevConnect, and I attended Shanghai and Cancun, and and participated in DAO and DAO, and I am the first translator of my work of Japanese, and also I did something for the Italian org for Japanese 2-3 months, but I was lucky to oversee on the ranking, and now and I worked for ENS for 3 no, I was participated in ENS for 3 or 4 years. I was lucky I had 5 or 6 more. So, yeah, equivalent to 60, So now I can start my own project. And I also working on the anti-fraud activity with MetaMask team and my team. And well, I'm gathering many evidences of the fraud, which can be utilized in the future. So, and yes. So, and I'm right.
We have lots of time still to share. Also, thank you all for checking in. As you can already hear, thanks, Jeremy. Are you leaving?
Yeah, I'm gonna go. Just talking about client. Awesome, good times. Much fun. Find you on the internet.
Thank you. Jeremy. All right. Well, thank you for checking in. As you already heard, there's a lot of very different perspectives and different levels of expertise and interest, which is great. We'll make use of that throughout the day, so you get plenty of more time to share and explore each other. But for now, as we're going to look at challenges and opportunities within the attestation space, we'll have Weiwu frame what we're going to look at. So creating the problem space, because there are some things that already have been solved, so these we can park, similar to the parking lot, and then look at basically what way we will frame. So you can take a seat.
Before we continue,
yes.
I will organize the lunch. So I'll need everyone who's a vegetarian to raise hand. So how many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 vegetarian?
Actually, vegan. Yeah.
Okay. So 5 vegetarian and 1 vegan. Okay.
Thank you.
That's it. Thank you guys.
Thank you, Angel. All right, cool. You can take seats, and we're going to get started. I'll pull up your presentation. Did you change? But I think it's fine for now. I can be your assistant. Yeah. Let's wait. You can join the session. Cool. All right. Everyone ready? Cool. Wait, so we will.
So I'm going to briefly explain the background. It would include some of our work and work on other teams in the industry. My goal is first to propose a definition for so-called attestation, and then lay out what use cases we are aware of, so community inspire you to tell me what are the use cases. And finally relate attestation work with other projects that have similar nature of kind of cross-section problem space. So first is the use cases. So you can see there I categorize use cases first as an we have identifier attestation, which is to attest your own certain identifier, which is the author behind the key concept behind the BID. And we have stuff like proof of age, proof of account ownership, or even proof balance use cases. Investment capability attestation is a use case where people have risk and invest in IPO without triggering a regulation problem. Business registration example where you run a hotel and you have a smart contract. Then you probably need to test it, so our companies will purchase all that service. And then we have a category of attestation-based tokens. These are tokens issued instead on the blockchain, issued in the form of attestation. So one example is DevConnect ticket, which is currently used in Bogota, and this ticket is community demonstrated. So these tickets, the reason that they are not issued on the blockchain is partly gas, partly because the tickets were issued before the user even created a game wallet. So you have to be able to issue outright without using the wallet. Proof of dependency is another example. So it's a very lightweight thing. If you issue everyone on blockchain, it will be heavy. Also, friendship token, which is something you can use to decentralize network. It's an example where the issuing of attestation doesn't have to come from authority. So you can just get anyone to do attestation. Use cases include, for example, if you introduce a friend to the network, you get a big discount of up to Q. Then there are tokens owned by identifiers. So with the support of attestation, it's possible to have tokens, even ERC tokens, even the NFT tokens, to be allocated instead of including address, be allocated to identifiers. There has to be some necessary hiding to prevent identifiers being used. But by doing so, it's possible for users to use a different return address if they use the first one, or give them tokens without stress. So these are use cases that we are aware of and cross a little bit, but I'm sure there will be more. Still starting examples. Can we go to the next slide, please? So I'm going to make an attempt to differentiate attestation and proof, because all the terminologies are flying around, and my way doesn't have to be the best, but it's a starting point. So the way I see it is attestation always is a paradigm and which always involves the attester. So if you have attestation, attester issued true, there's always issue. And then attester is not trustless. For example, if you want to prove that you are more than 18 years old, there is no way to obtain this proof without an attester, because blockchain itself cannot produce the fact that then somebody is over 18 years old. It's out of the realm. So attester is always involved. Well, when we use the word proof, the way I use it is proof is equivalent to verification. An example case might be you hold attestation and you prove to the other person using that attestation. So a certain Parker, please.
In the case where you're attesting asset ownership, isn't the blockchain itself the attester? And
Yes,
that it is
yes, which is the second point. Yes.
So that's
So,
an attestation of the proof.
Yes, that's a proof. So I would call it a proof. Second is most proofs currently existing in the blockchain world are not involved attestation. So if you want to prove, for example, if you want to prove a transaction in USPD, which is a quick verification process, and that doesn't require, if you refer to blockchain, it don't require testing. The other example is if you can refer to the local root of all the tokens in the world, like System project, then you will be able to produce a knowledge proof ownership of some type of token. And that you can only refer to local root and blockchain. You don't need to have a tester. And in that case, I just call it proof. So this is the term knowledge. And then we'll go to the next one. Yeah. So I've highlighted these two parts because anything can be tested. You can test somebody having enough route to be can test this person mature enough to have adult real game. But the two things that are highlighted here are mostly new record examples of attestation, which is the first one is identifier attestation, which attests to user's ownership of a identifier, typically Twitter handle, email address, or username, or Facebook ID. And this is quite relevant because a lot of web services base their services on such identifier. So if you have an order, if you buy a car, or you buy a fridge, wallet, then these are usually associated with one identifiers. Please.
Actually, can we get to the previous slide, because I think it's interesting. I'd like to understand, because at this mode we're using proving schemes, so we draw a scheme, but then there's a set of rules, like we use proving scheme to create what we call attestation, but under your definition it will be some proofs and other definitions.
Yeah.
But actually there's a set of rules around the way we use the zero-knowledge proof to attest the fact. So can you be just a bit more precise, like, or when you're saying blockchains usually don't involve attestation because they are proofs?
So let's go back to the last one. So we are into the proof.
I think it's more interesting. We didn't see the problem like that.
So most proofs in blockchain world does not involve attestation. That sentence is description of the current status, not the vision.
Okay.
So
is a smart contract, like the real question would be, can a smart contract be an attester, in your opinion?
If you use smart contract to prove that you own certain token, then we will see that you prove you own the token instead of saying that you have attested the ownership of the token.
But then there's
just the use of word. If people prefer to use the word proof attestation for that purpose, then we might rethink that then how do we call this?
Alternative proposal. Attestation could be a semantic capture of what you're trying to prove at a high level. Russia may have a proof that may be really automated in the case of a smart contract, or potentially from a trusted entity.
So in that case, attestation we may not involve a tester because it's high level description.
Well, it can always have an attester, but it can be a go ahead.
This thing here is just to make it a bit more simple to conceptualize the things between an attestation is something where you need some sort of root of trust somewhere from, like some external third party. Whereas like the proof is something based on what you have that something else can verify, whether it's another party or whether it's a smart contract.
That's what I like your definition, because the proving scheme is just like a concept, it's like a piece of white paper or something like that. And the decision is an implementation using smart contract.
So put differently.
So what we semantically solve is if you use the word attest, typically the case you're sending a call, I attest, especially the metacity. Therefore, I will introduce. And if you talk about proof, there is proof that you never have been to root. And it's not like, it doesn't have to come from a trusted source. Like, okay, blue was always false, so there's proof you have never been to root.
Proposed definition then. Attestation is a statement about reality, and proof is how you know it's true.
I think one thing to say is that when we say trusted and trustless, trustless doesn't mean lack of trust. It's just less trust than trusted. But there's still trust in the blockchain. That's still a trusted system.
And that's why we call our smart contracts, even if it's verifiable, transparent, and using grounded proofs, we call them still attesters, because in the end they provide proofs. But when we write it, it's as an attestation. That's what we call. But just put it in here.
I'm going to interrupt because I love the tensions that are already there, especially around the language chosen. We're going to have a networking exercise after this where you can exchange exactly about these things. But I think more important if you continue to frame what it is we're looking at, what's the container, and then you can discuss afterwards.
So the reason we have this conversation is because the word is so new that many things that means. That's the first word line in 100 years of policy. Okay, the highlighted part, the most frequently talked about part, I'm going to talk about this in the next few slides. Okay, so let's move forward. DID is the idea of decentralized identity, not a very big DID, just an idea, has been a really long time. No effort to do so, even since early stages of the internet. We have go through OpenID or various attempts to define early stage XML-based way to get a token and use on the website. It's been going on forever. And I remember I was an ardent supporter of this, and early stage experiment usually involve an identity provider, so you have to get an identity provider from somewhere. Let's say if you don't have one in your country, you can go to Switzerland university, which gives an identity for anyone who can prove their own immediate address or something. And then when you go to the website, you can choose an identity provider. And then you can authenticate against that one and get a token or log into this website. That's a typical approach in the Web2 era. And then so far it has not much success. And I have my personal understanding why it was not successful. And I'm presenting here and later as a problem starter. So one is that the reason Facebook or Twitter became the identity provider is because they have a use case. You have a reason to use their service. And typically you don't want to go to the university website just get an identity. This is not what people do. So we look forward to have, we see that the solutions with the business use case usually have a evolutionary advantage over those that doesn't. Which means that properly token, you have more use cases. Because you have a token, you have let's say American Express card token, or you have a Facebook account which can be a token, then it potentially is more evolutionary, more advantage than just identity itself. The second is that I had a case where the university website was being maintained and couldn't log into any website. And I realized that only Facebook is always online. And if I look at the university provided identity, their identity is I cannot log into it. And then I realized Facebook is not always online because in China you cannot access it, in Russia you cannot access it. So I think it's desirable to have decentralized identity solutions that doesn't require the availability of a controller. The controller technology is protocol. And third is that it's desirable that the controller does not participate in authentication. They only, in this case, I would propose the attester instead. Because if they participate, they would have known what users are using identity for. So, and finally, this is the learning that I have done this, I have had recently. So, in many positions, blockchain is a highly secure cloud storage space. And it's not soft storage space, and it's not highly confidential, therefore not highly secure. So pushing identity on the blockchain is a second fancy wrong tool. However, you can look at how to use identity in the blockchain. So there are many concepts that can benefit from explicit or remote tools that's the area we should be looking at. So next one is if you have in our own experiments, for example, projects like Aruba and MIT, we give an extra certificate to users, and they can use that to convince non-contact third-party website that they hold identity. So this identifier attestations is similar in the format to a document, but there are two things. I'm just sharing my experience. First, it does not require a controller. You only have to test it. So if you issue a attestation, as long as the value not expired, and if you're using a smart contract without controller configuration. And second is that in our application, we have hidden that identifier because it was supposed to be used on blockchain. And there was a bit of neural network at play to make it work, which probably behind the protocol detail. So that's this part, just sharing my our experience. And there is a new sign-in with Ethereum protocol. How that will relate to attestation. So first, sign-in with Ethereum is a authentication session management protocol, and that's a protocol, not a framework. We're looking at attestation as a framework, so they're not on the same layer. So one example is if you use login with Ethereum, actually login with Ethereum doesn't care to log in order to associate with yourself, session with account, or to prove ownership of a token. It doesn't care because it's a protocol. But when we talk about attestation, we do care. So signing with Ethereum doesn't need attestation because it can work without attestation. That can work even without Ethereum because it just proves key ownership and identifier. But any attestation solutions will likely need something like signing with Ethereum underneath it to form part of the verification process. So that's the relationship between this technology. And the second and last one, I don't remember what I'm going to say last, but the slide stays still. Can you?
Oh, I thought you meant the last point. I was like, did I not hear it?
Okay. Last is that I think we realized the last few years ago that we should be thinking more token than identity. So the reason we think about identity is so many things have to be linked to it. So orders, if you buy products, refund, and comments, they have to be linked with identity. But now we realize that we just need to link to something. Whether or not it's identity doesn't really matter. So imagine a case where if you log into a website and you just verify that your holder is account. What's wrong with linking the purchase and the refund and comment to account instead of your identity? So token is able to enter through this process as good as identity itself. So we might think token in the light of being a token with a new identity. That's one. The other is imagine tokens being used in combination. So I use the idea that everything goes back to identity. So if the person is over 18 years old, why not agree to buy a subscription every month? Whether or not we have privilege like domestic credit card to get discount, we all go link that back to the identity. And that's the thing. The user has this, user has not had that. But imagine if you use a multiple tokens on your website. Say you use a account to identify itself. And then later, at a certain point, you show you also have an identity card. And everything gets discounted. If you don't show it, you don't get discounted. So the business process depends on combination of tokens users have. And that means a more like what tokens have formed identity. Instead of thinking what users have back to identity, users can show the identity by using combinations of tokens. And that doesn't have to be hardwired into that account. It can be scenario-based. So I want to show my proof of the wealth today because I want to have a conversation. Tomorrow I don't want to show that anymore. It doesn't have to be hardwired to the identity. This is approach, we call it negotiation, because users will use multiple tokens to negotiate with the website on what to do. And that's the area I want to inspire a little bit to. Why do we have attach everything to identity? Why don't we put that to token? And why not one token? Why don't multiple tokens? That's I think the last one, please. Last. Okay. Finally, from my experience, there's a hello honey fruits and stone burners. So web to identifier is usually faster because we can get the DevConnect moving in a few months. and they agree to use our solution, and we can build that quickly. The slow burning cases are KYC or like solving the identity problem of the underdeveloped regions, or like a birth certificate passport. This is really difficult to solve, not for technical reasons per se, but because of the high level of availability, privacy requirements, and dependencies on other parties to play, the government. So if you want more time into this, it's okay. But I'm just explaining that from experience, evolution will take us to the path where these things are solved first, and this thing will eventually come up. So this is all setting the frame for discussion, and not really proposing any solutions per se at the moment.
Yeah. Thank you, Weru, for sharing. Thank you. Great to already have a bit of a frame and like already get to hear a bit of your learnings, your insights, your way to which direction you want to think. What we want to do now is definitely give the space to you also to exchange on your experiences, so you now have a bit of that frame. What we want to do is really hear from other attestation projects what worked, what hasn't worked. And I know that there are different levels of experience and expertise in the room, so if you haven't worked with a specific project yet, it's also fine to just express a bit what you're curious about, where do you see challenges or opportunities. And we're going to do this in an impromptu networking format, so that means that you're going to just walk around the room, you're going to find a partner to chat to for 2.5 minutes, exchange on exactly these questions, what worked, what hasn't worked, any curiosities that you have. We're going to do that 4 rounds, so you're going to switch partners 4 times, and then once we come back, we're going to talk a bit about, like, okay, what have you heard, what is maybe the most intriguing things. We're going to capture these, and then we'll move on from there. Does that make sense? Any questions that you want to clarify beforehand? No? Okay, well then otherwise you can get up. Find a partner to chat. We'll put on a timer and we'll let you know once you have to switch.
Was mehr High Energy an. Das war was mit mehr High Energy an.
3 Minuten Timer.
Ich das nicht. The big posters, or it doesn't matter. Has been reset the timer, guys.
All right, switch everyone. Find a new partner.
I use
Yeah, so that's exactly the point. So that might be that designed by already
All right, switch everyone. Find a new partner in the chat. Alright, one last round. Find another partner. All right. Thank you. I know that there is probably more to discuss still, but this is just a quick exercise to get us going. You can stay standard and maybe form a little horseshoe shape so we can all see what's going on here. Energized on our feet. Great. So what we want to do now is really hear a bit from what you've heard in the conversations and capture the biggest challenges and opportunities that you see. Sas gonna lead this.
And again, the notes were not the experts, so I will probably ask you how to formulate things in the right way. was like, we want to start sharing something around challenges and opportunities, and then we gather them here. We do that so that we can make a selection of it later this week and dig a little bit deeper. So yeah, it's the first start to get all of it. Anyone start? Yes.
So speaking to Jimmy, I guess we were just talking about kind of I guess the space itself is very early. So things like collapse are kind of one use case where you have these attestation kind of tokens, but there's still a long way to go. They're not really being used entirely yet. They're also transferable. So there's a few kind of issues in that area. And thinking with Peter as well about the reputational design with the attestations. I guess there's one of the problems is platforms like OpenSea where you log in, there's technology problems with things like MetaMask, you have to switch networks and hop around. And so if you hold attestations on chain in many different chains, there's a kind of terrible user experience at the moment. So it's an opportunity for improvement.
Yeah. So two things, there's use cases, just maybe as a general.
Do we need to clarify that more? Use cases or the
yeah. We know how to do attestation. A lot of projects have done it, but they're not used for valuable use cases yet.
So valuable use cases. Yeah. And then you're saying there's a technology like setup issue.
Yes, it's almost like when you're storing a token, like they go on different networks.
Yeah.
So at the moment with Web3, you tend to log in on a specific network, onto mainnet, but your attestations might actually be on another network itself. So you almost a user experience where you need to almost tie different attestations from different networks together. Which is
probably like cross-chain attestation UX.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you understand what you're talking about. You know, if I write down user experience slash network. This is really fun. I love it.
We're learning a lot.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I can.
Great.
All right.
Thank you.
Cool. Thanks, Nick.
I think one issue, one interesting issue I would like to add is the wide spectrum of the space attestation. So when you talk about attestation, the landscape is huge, it's massive. And what I see from my experience is that there is a lot of contextual overlap. So when you talk attestation, everyone will understand it in a different perspective. And there is no universal framework when we talk about attestation. I could think about education certificates, I could think about identity, I could think about digital ownership. And I think we are tackling a very wide space and we should frame in order to have a better understanding.
The challenge would be how could we get a universal framework for attestation?
And even definitions for that matter, right? And we were not even agreeing on the best definitions. Right?
Yeah, just fix that. So that's what I use my networking time for. So I think the big challenge is just reaching a shared understanding in terms of defining what an attestation is. Mm-hmm. So when you were having that back and forth about proofers, attestation during Webber's presentation, I wrote down what I got from that in a sentence. This is what I think attestation is. And so when I went to talk to 3 different people, I showed them the sentence and I was like, does this make sense to you? Yeah. What would you add to it? And then I wrote down their thoughts. So maybe like a suggestion maybe at the end of the day, just reaching a better understanding in general between all the people in this room of what an attestation is and so on and so forth.
That's really put the challenge of practice in there on that.
I think practically, and the way that I usually try to make meaning work is to break down the word into the attest agent, right? And you say, what does attest mean? And you look at the history of the meaning of that word, like maybe it comes from Latin, right? And then you have attestation, right? And you combine those together, and the word forms its own sentence, and that's its basic meaning. So maybe that's a learning project. You don't know what things.
Yeah, great.
Building up on what Alan said about the wide landscape, maybe there could be no value in building a very generic global common for all attestations. Maybe ownership attestations are really different from PID attestations, and they need different standards. So I don't know the solution yet, but it's not a bad solution. Maybe just one standard. Maybe we should really split that
if there were different standards, you would still have the challenge of how do you
Yes, I understand that.
communicate between, right?
Yes, sometimes you have the problems.
So I think there will be a good counter challenge, so to say, like how do you make up different types of standards rather than universal.
I think it could be more than a standard and attestation model. So what I noticed here is interestingly there's like token based attestation, it could be identity based attestation, and we provide that those are different models to attestation. And we're not saying you have to do it like this, but at least what are the models available for attestation purposes?
I say that about DAOs all the time, because we just said the word DAO, but it's like there's going to be subcategories of DAO. It's like saying organization, and when you look at it from a legal perspective, there's so many definitions. They all kind of are an organization, if that makes sense. So I think having those subcategories of attestation well defined is probably a really good approach.
I love where you're going already, but we're also already heading into the solution space. So for now, I want to hear first what are some of the challenges that you heard. So now we already had something around how valuable use cases, cross-chain, attestation UX, something around language and universal framework, and on the opposite side of that, how would you combine different attestation standards? So what else has emerged from your conversations? What challenges or opportunities do you see?
I think it's all about distribution. And if you care about UX, that's probably what you care about ultimately. Is it going to be used? Because if they're very few adopters, how much does your system matter? Yeah.
So the challenge is how do you distribute it?
Yeah, UX is a very important component of distribution.
That's connected to this one.
Yeah. All right.
And I think that whether you see token-based or identity-based, the decision, today there's the fact that like one user has one address, one account, and we feel that it's an issue where you would like eventually a user to have multiple IDs, like multiple technical accounts that hold information, whether they are tokens or Ethereum accounts, and then you combine them as you need when you need to prove something. And this is an issue maybe with wallets or the way we deal with things, but this is a long-term issue like this about distribution a bit too or cross-chain too.
So
what the identity is stored. For now, it's super. I don't know. It's simple. Today's Ethereum accounts are not fit for a long-term vision of attestation. So, yeah, aggregation, so or wallets or.
Yeah, so about the aggregation of the accounts, or this is also linked in some way to the identity that you mentioned earlier, or that came up earlier.
Current identity UX, even in Web3, is not fit for attestation. That's what I would say.
Okay, so to formulate it again, we're going to help in this. So there's one thing around storage.
It's wallets, they say wallets.
Okay, so then how do we formulate this? It's the...
ID wallets, let's say, are not ready. Or...
Okay.
Sorry guys.
No, it's alright. Sorry, I think you were
question. I think this might go under use cases, evaluable use cases. Besides thinking just what are potential use cases for attestation, I think it's also important to think about what specific problems can be solved by attestation, rather than just what we can build or create with attestation. I think putting more emphasis on problem solving and sort of real world examples might be useful and opportunities.
Yeah.
I think one more interesting problem space I see here, and thank you for bringing all those ideas to the table. I think attestation composability and granularity. So what I mean by composability and granularity is that imagine I want to verify that I live in UAE and I'm interacting with a certain DAO. I provide verification or a proof that I live in UAE, and then maybe the DAO would moving forward in the journey will ask me for more information. So this is maybe something linked also to the ID. So I would prove that I live in UAE, for example, but then it could ask for another proof that what is my age or what is something about my identity. So this could be framed in
progressive identity.
something with a REST identity. So this something could be an attestation composability and granularity. I think it would be very interesting to explore different areas around this space.
Okay, so it's progressive identity as a general topic.
That's a new word, just invented.
Yeah.
That word is better than the previous word I used in Spanish. I used to say there can be one attestation with multiple proofs. But that is one totally modern thing, and people find it difficult to understand. You can use the word progressive.
I would be on the word progressive identity just because of conflict with political things.
Okay, great.
That's very similar to what ERC said at Hutch.
What was that different?
Oh, I was just commenting on a solution to that.
I had one as well is, and I like the way that they would put it was standardization, because until now I was kind of maybe brushing people the wrong way saying monopolization of protocol, because
that's what it is.
Yeah, it is what it is, but when you say monopoly, that kind of has bad connotations. But I think one of the strengths of, like, say, Facebook is that they are a monopoly, and to have something that's a good user experience, it kind of needs to be a monopoly for the network effect. And the way that social networks work is they naturally monopolize, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we need a standard protocol that everyone uses to have a good user experience. So I think standardization is into account.
We also want to avoid groups that have to upgrade each other in order to stay compatible.
Definitely, yeah.
Alright. I'm curious. I was going to say I want to hear from this side. It's been more silent, but go for it.
Yeah, I mean, that just gave me the idea. Do we need something on neutrality, credible neutrality, and something that is kind of anti-monopoly?
Don't look at me.
Because it, I mean, it's like the famous XKCD 927 that all developers like to quote about standardization.
Yeah.
It's like the problem is you have 14 standards, so that's the solution is come up with another standard that encapsulates all the others, and now you have 15 standards. But for every standard that comes out, there's going to be like if there's only a small bunch of people that use it because it's biased in a particular way, then it's not going to take on and achieve the sort of network effects that we're looking for. So some element of neutrality is needed that everyone can latch onto it because they see it's not biased in a particular direction.
Okay, yeah. So neutrality is standards and breaking free of biases. Thank you.
Well, definitely.
Yes.
Yeah, neutrality is a cross-operational, meaning operating cross domain or field.
Yeah. I have had a completely different one, which is like, this is all kind of quite high level, but I think another big challenge is that the technology enabling this stuff is relatively immature or it's in the early stages. So like one of the big challenges is adapting and developing the cryptography to achieve the stuff we wanted to achieve, and that it's like a technical challenge, but it's a very big one that we all face.
So innovating to catch up with the visions and plans that you actually have.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Solutions is something that we have already discussed, but attestation, the experts in this field cannot make it money. And when it comes to user adoption, it's a completely new thing. And we, at this point of time, many people are still trying to wrap their heads around what exactly NFTs are. And we are talking about something really new. So I think that user education of what attestation is, what you can do, and processes that you need to acquire, right? Comes on the UX as well, but I think that user education.
People like that?
Thank you.
Yeah, I have one about how to avoid cheating when attestations are tied to financial incentives. Like our context is it's education platform. You're trying to assert that someone has completed an educational module or achieve a particular skill and you get like paid for doing that, or you pay for engaging with the platform. There are like strong incentives to use that. And so I would kind of weigh that with when there's like a gamification component or something, it would be good to do.
Yeah.
Is there any curation? I think is a good question.
Curation?
I think so.
Cheating. You said cheating, right? Cheating by scam. Scam.
Sorry, and just to clarify that, is curation enough like linked to this? Or like
the feeling that it's the curation of attestations, meaning if we have several alternative attestations attesting to the same thing, how do you highlight the good ones?
But I think maybe curation is another component.
I think it's different, yeah. I think it's different.
Okay, I'll put it as a separate step. Yes.
Yeah, I think.
You want to join the circle?
I mean, when we begin to use attestation, it almost means that you already bridging the right to information to right to. So, but right to information, no matter which channel they're like directly or Twitter or website, they are flexible and upgradable and easy to change. So my idea is that I think we need to categorize or classify the attestation into different security levels or trust levels. And in this, we can use the current Oracle structure on Web3 to use them, but without classify and categorize into different security levels. Smart contract doesn't have any, they don't know how to use it in the proper way. So, yeah, I think this is something could be an opportunity, maybe. Yeah.
I just wanted to relate to what Peter said. I think a lot of these issues are also actually things that can start to be handled by a decentralization in a way, not as in blockchain itself, but more as like co-signing and distributed signatures for different social parties, along with revocations or when cheating does happen. So you need, like, again, distributed. I think it would still be good to have distributed trust in issuance of attestation, along with mechanisms for revocation.
I'm not sure if I'm going to say the same thing, but we need similar mechanism for the testers. So if the testers were caught cheating,
yeah, exactly, yeah.
So is that a different challenge?
Maybe
Add to it?
I don't know. Do you think it's also the curation?
Cheating.
So we have cheating in there. We have different security levels, curation of attestation. I think they maybe all.
So I would say attestation reputation, attester reputation. That's the reputation management or trust.
Scoring?
Yeah.
That's more of a solution though. Yeah. That kind of solves like 7 out of
the problem is you don't know which attester is trustworthy.
Yeah.
Okay. Trustworthy?
Federated, what's moving towards federated?
Yeah.
Identity? Yeah.
Well, we have we have lots of time for
Attesters.
Attesters.
So what do you mean by federated identity?
I mean, decentralized is pretty new by definition, but federated was like what came after decentralized, where you federate in Facebook. Federate is, and Facebook is your trusted provider of data.
You have a facilitator.
Yeah.
But that can also be done in a distributed way. So.
Yeah, I'm gonna facilitate you now. We have lots of different challenges and opportunities in there, but the way that we set you up is to work in, I think, three teams. Yes, in 3 teams after the lunch break, but now up to 4. And what we'd like to do is DevConnect. Does anyone know what it is? DevConnect. Basically, that solves the problem of there being a ton of different things to look at, and there's only a minute period of time to actually look at all of these things. So what I'm going to do is we have some markers here, and everyone can put 3 dots like this onto these sticky notes, and with it you cast your vote of what you think should be looked at in this workshop afterwards. We'll work in groups after, so you can then choose which of the ones that we selected you want to work on, but for now we need to make a bit of a pre-selection.
And you can assign your free votes across different post-its or on one of different. So vote ahead.
Alright, you can come here, cast your votes. Take a seat when you voted.
Yeah, let us know
so we know who voted already.
You had the
It's behind, but not too much. Okay. Ich glaube, hast du dann 15 Minuten, dann kann es wieder drin.
Ja. Also dann wären wir 3, ne? 3 Haupttopics. Oder sagen 5 top ones und dann
Okay, once you cast your vote, you can sit back down.
Yeah. Can we move ones that look similar together?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Sorry.
Yeah, we're trying to like this is the
I'm doing a PhD on how decentralized ledgers.
When you voted, you can sit back down so we know how many people are left.
Sometimes like we are trading centralized
and then really totally.
In terms of blockchain,
our biggest problem hiring. Well, I think that's been like making sure we have diversity on the team side. That is like super
the commodity that can be traded or the electricity market is a utility market.
Okay, we need to move on, so cast your vote. Right, everyone, please sit down if you have cast your vote.
You can start some of the things that the team
Anyone who still hasn't voted? You voted? You voted?
Yeah, it's got the standardization, right terminology, and again, just reading about the technologies sorry.
It's interesting to.
No, it's fine. We're gonna try to process it.
I'm really thinking about the meditation, which looks good.
And I think it's important mostly for more people to pick it up. Because, I mean, I got this conversation and yeah, build the taxonomy.
Okay, you can sit back now. While we're past the votes.
Yeah. There you go. No worries.
So the concept is when you are R1, and then it's also like authentication, yeah, and which is very common in this space. So instead of following actually tokens and not calls, you follow a string of bits. So like we use things that yeah, yeah, we actually yeah,
All right. So, everyone back? So, as it looks, we have a clear winner of the definition of attestation and also finding a universal language and framework as a priority. A lot of votes on the distribution and cross-chain attestation with, yes, and then finally the progressive idea as an opportunity. Are these distinguishable from one another? So you three different topics to explore. Does that sound good? Yeah? Everyone in? Give me a thumbs up. Yeah?
The first two, they have some overlapping.
These two?
First two.
Yeah, this is one concept. Or do you mean the distribution, cross-chain attestation, and
Oh, okay, so you already put them as one question.
yeah, this is one.
Makes sense.
So it's definition, language, and universal framework is one cluster, and then you can form a question in that, whichever direction you want to go.
Okay, sounds good. Then we're going to move on to the last part before we go on to the break. So as Saskia already said, we want to form 3 different groups that will look into these topic areas and take a deep dive basically into it.
Is there a way, I feel like standardization is the kind of really key part of that, like one of the things that we're talking about and expressing interest. Is that included somehow in these 3 or not?
I think it's already
Maybe in the definition part?
Yeah.
I think we could move it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So what we want to do, like I said, so we want to form 3 groups. No matter which group you're in, you're still going to hear from the other group at the end of the day, so don't worry too much about which group you're in. But of course, we want to give you the opportunity to also choose that group, so that's what we're going to do first. And then within your groups, we're going to formulate a how might we question. Has anyone heard of this before? No, great. That gives you a lot of space to introduce it to continue. So how might we question is basically the starting point for your ideation. And the way it's phrased is that it starts with how might we targeting the challenge. So within that formulation gives you a lot of space and room to explore different directions within the topic that you're looking at. So that's basically the start of your question, and then you're looking to find, complete the question being based on an existing problem. So not looking at the symptom, but really at the root cause, like what is the underlying problem that we want to kind of dig into. You want to try to make it broad enough so that it's not too narrow. But for ideation purposes, you want to explore a broad range, and then we can still narrow it down later on. And then obviously you want it to be phrased in a way that it's not suggesting a solution already, again, to keep space for the ideation. Does that make sense? Yeah? That makes for we'll have a couple of things. Oh, just a glass. Okay. We'll try to make this a bit of an organic group formation. So we're about 17 people in this room right now. So it means about 5 to 6 people a group. I would just try to see if we put group 1 over there, so that being the standardization and definition of attestation. Group 2, the distribution, UX topic, and group 3, the progressive ID as an opportunity. We'll just ask you to pick a group, and we see if that kind of turns out in a more or less equally spread way. And that's the challenge that you would then dive deeper into afterwards. And again, don't put too much value on which group you're in. Just don't explore it, but you're still going to hear from everyone else. Yeah? So, why the time? Pick a group, and then try to see that we're kind of equally spread. About 5 to 6 people in each corner.
Here, the standard definition is here. Standard definition is there. Distribution here.
I think when you ice the color,
Progressive ID is here.
it's not like, oh, it's all about you can basically
we want to have 5 to 6 people in each area. So
standardization is support book. There now, everyone.
Yes.
I think you can use your book. You're not going to miss out on the things we have about
you too? Yeah, go ahead. So we have one, two, three, five. Progressive ID is full. We have 6 people over here.
Nicholas is also there. He just took it for.
Okay. Great. I think that we have a good equal spread. Thank you. That was smooth. So just before the break, we want to take another 5 to 10 minutes for you to start working on those hub IDs. So how we're going to do this, you each have like a stack of post-its and markers in your corner, I think, or we'll give them to you. Individually, think for a moment how you could phrase that question. How would that hub ID for your specific challenge be formed? And then I want you to, after the 2 minutes, just exchange what you wrote down so that you can align on one question that, encompasses the challenge as good as possible. Yeah?
And you can also combine comments. So don't spend too much time debating which one's the perfect one.
As long as you're aligned on what you're looking at. Yeah? So grab some post-its and pens. Take 2 minutes to quickly think about your challenge and try to phrase it how I can. And then we'll get to
How might we differentiate?
Start in Bluetooth for a second. And then we should start that. Broad enough.
So, just to understand,
like working solely on where it started from like recycling plastics. Yeah.
It's a personal assessment. It's a compassionate but this is the second
Right?
implies you have to be.
I think that makes sense. I think
So like that's why we discuss fidelity and how we do this. That's like part of the digital identity.
I'm individually, but amendments. Yeah, and then so before the lunch, we're gonna try to get some questions so that we have some direction for the lunch. So, second, I bring out the communities, we go into the debates, and then we go to the law, and we discuss it formally.
That's very simple, but we're trying to solve problems that cannot solve centuries, and it doesn't really get along with it, it doesn't magically go away. So all of this is trying to lock in on this.
We're gonna try to put up the questions.
This is just
Well, try to formulate a number of questions.
That's China.
Yeah. So let's see. So
That's a good question.
about
Any questions about no, I mean,
it's true.
no, the question is just starting point.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Maybe if you take a moment to read out what you put on it, hear what some of them
Can I kick it? To all the people who confess like Jada. Boys, did you really know that I was dropping into the track for cause getting mentions was the tip of the pop buzz. Rock and roll to the beat of the funk fuzz. Like the beat really good on the program. If you feel the blues freak, you can take a tug. Come and spread your arms if you really need a hug. Afrocentric really gives a big shrug. I like to feel things. That's what I love. I love a fast one. It's more fun.
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
Will you don't you give a big shove? This rhythm really hits like a slug bug. If it's a trick on the toes, it's a big shove. As the trot flies high like the
For ideas in there, Dr. Barrow.
I mean, that encompasses everything.
I would try to take it every session as fast. So we want to practice a lot instead of already like kind of solutions or approaches. We want to just phrase the overall question, right? Then we can have standardized techniques. So how do I do this? And then maybe tweaking that time and then continuing. But I would just say doing it
Maybe take it away.
So where's lunch?
Very good question.
I just liked it, and I hear that getting back to the question, like we already have all that
For lunch, we'll have tomatoes and apples. That's what we got.
Yeah, it just gets.
Started to extend it attention,
Do we have to start with like a extended concept
The more you get like
I feel like there's two different yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder about formulation of the question. Because that's the part of assignments. If you're
Oh yeah. Alright, so then that was the first.
Yeah, I was similar to Lars. I think the wider structure is required. I find it very serving. That also for
so I would suggest that how I would define attestation to presented it in the moment that yes, then there's like action and then you can think rather than just it kind of stops there. Yeah. So ask you again, how I define attestation. Nice. That's clear.
Yeah, that was fine. Once you run the call,
Make sure I do this. So limits around and just touching upon that's how it's supposed to come up with limits. So it's around implementation and market correction. So manual testing is easier. Yeah, no, it's just after that. Alright, we're gonna close the room. Oh yeah? Okay, then let's you might sit down at the end.
Do you mind if I make a quick call and then leave? Yeah, do you mind? Yeah, you can stay, just close the door behind you, we'll lock on then.
Yeah.
That's probably because it's apparently a bit of a you can turn off the music.
Okay.
Is there a topic Yes, we can hear you. Sure. Yeah, everything is new and interesting.
year, yeah, it's been really, a breakthrough in everything. Yesterday it was DAO, and it was really very in-depth discussion because it was not like a team conference and just people talking. It was all about like yesterday a round table conference. I just love round table and people sitting around and just discussing and talking. Because usually not like one person talking and all others listening. So it was quite interactive as well. So if we come on to this, so the family, I think he's like Chloe, the what I spoke to him. So Chloe is quite good, junior developers, they are very active and they get things done, or even though they don't know, they are excited to work on learning and doing new things. But then I just wanted to know whether we have, enough work for him because after hiring, we should not be like what work should we give. We can't give him. I don't know whether we can give him um, senior work we can give to senior something like giving him the utilization of giving for sure we cannot give to him, or looking into the text. I'm not sure we can give to him. So I like few basic things we can assign. We are going to work on the rewarding system, which the core gamer has, which the audio has smart contract, and he said he's good at smart contract. So maybe he can work on that. And one more thing was, yeah, so maybe smart contract based, I'm having him give it to him. So he is a good developer, but I'm just thinking once we have him in our team, what we can get, what all we can get from him, get things done. So yeah, yeah, we have, but whether he'll be able to do, yeah. Mm. Yeah, will he be able to do, yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah, yeah. My only worry is he can do stuff, he can learn and do stuff. But yeah, will he really be helpful on doing core stuff? I'm not sure. But he's really good compared to Jim. He's really good. He's very good. He's really hands-wise. And even I wanted to talk about it, last week I wanted to talk, but then since he said we can just give him a chance, and since he said he spoken very, immediately, so I thought we can just give him a chance. But I think it's good to give him, talk to him now so that he knows that we are not happy. Yeah, so that it's not a shock for him. Because hands is a very good thing because it's been 2 months and he's working on the 2 years at one application. It hardly takes half an hour. Yeah. Yeah, if I'm not wrong, I think he joined after 1 week I joined. So it's 1 month. And with what he does so far, right? I think it's good. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, yeah. But maybe it's good to talk to him so that he knows that he has to do more. If he still doesn't do it, then maybe we need to do more. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but personally, yeah, if it is 3 weeks or 1 week, the way he has resolved one issue, I was not quite happy with it. But he knows things, but he is not working on it. For example, he said he had some brokerages in his machine for 1 whole week, so which is nothing to do with the project. So, that's one thing. And one more thing on the explanation, he pointed out one issue, and I also asked him to look into it because we all are working as a team, right? So if one person, like, everyone has to work on it. If there is an issue, then we should just go ahead and fix it. That's what me and Chloe did. If she has an issue, I fix it. It's not like that you have written the code only, you fix it. It's not like that. So, but still, I think he's waiting for us here to do it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, and I also asked him to look into it because it's just basic JavaScript. So, he could also look into it. Yeah. But anyway, this is how the immediately it goes. Mm. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Mm. But frankly, I think for what we're doing this network is going to be really helpful. And he's interested to learn stuff as well. So I think he could research and learn about it whenever he doesn't need it. We'll see. Mm. Yeah, but I think enough of doing thinking. If Frankie could take slowly, then they both could do that. We will have more serious stuff. Yeah, yeah. The more serious it will be good, but since I don't have enough time, I think Frankie can take it slow. Oh, uh-huh. Okay. So from the coaching, they might have experience in full stack. I mean, like anything related to software or only specific. Ah, okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just want to know that we have enough work to do once we get it. Once it comes in. Partnership team need help because I wanted to say that let him come and understand. Let's try to give him work and see how he does. And maybe yeah, yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, maybe you can just talk to him and say that he will be doing the stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah. 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 Yeah, but we have been, mm, yeah. So we have been taking it to the next. So for the backend, the Dockerization is done already. Since the recent changes, so the DevOps wanted to quickly the front end separate and back end separate, and back end to be Dockerized, so the front end to be deployed quickly. The back end is done, but the front end we were just waiting for the DevOps team to get us, get the Okta account so that we can interact with S3. So they have given, but I have to work on it. Only before I came, I finished the back end part. So front end, I have to work on it. Yeah, MongoDB is just a service. I mean, without a service also. Without a service also is fine. As long as we have a Mongo service and a MongoDB service, we can just get the URL done. That's fine. Oh, you mean we have to tell the DevOps? Oh, okay, okay, okay. Yeah. But we have to raise requests to the DevOps with previous one. We do not have access to previous one, right? The mail address. Yeah, but DevOps can do that, right? Since it's cloud service. Or should we do that? But then it's going to be a paid service if we have to, But local MongoDB also have tested. They don't need access for sure. So local MongoDB also tested. So I was thinking any MongoDB service, either Flex or in AWS, could be used. Because Kritesh was the one who asked us to do, since he, okay. Yeah, okay. And since I was thinking, it's MongoDB part, it's not like technical, you just have to run a MongoDB service, then you can just connect to it. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. No, we don't have to, yeah, we just run a local MongoDB and try to connect it, so we don't need a test. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
already got last week, so I have purchased the rest. Completed the rest of the. No, no, I can do. I was trying to do yesterday because I think we had a Thursday. I was doing this time evening, 8 o'clock. Yeah. Ah. Yeah, in the ecosystem board, right, we still have a task to strengthen discussion. So I think last week or we just updated the packages, but I think it's not yet finalized. If you bring and for normally we did not need requests, I'm sure. If you are, yeah, 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 yeah. That's why I was thinking we will just put them on normal board and then just send them. So, so we have to create one in AWS and give them. Okay. Okay, then I will. That's not good. That's not not like that. It's just take some time for them to create. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, yeah. I think we should do that. Yeah, that's a good idea. Instead of creating a spreadsheet, we just use a. Yeah. No, I know I use Google Sheet Documents, but that's better. I will. Okay, I'll just give them the project once. Yeah. 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 I can attach the volume to it. Yeah. I'll think. Yeah. I think it's good. Because previously when the APIs and everything was done, right, it was just the local coding part. So none of the DevOps part was done. So yeah, so I think it's yeah, now it's just restructuring and okay. I mean, if it's very urgent, maybe I can take vacation. I need some time. If he has time, we can also do it generally. But I'm not sure how much he knows information. Okay, okay, okay. Okay. Yeah, yeah, definitely. Okay, I will have a call with him in the evening or maybe sometime, and I'll let him know what is the progress and what he's looking to do. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, 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 yeah. I appreciate it. Where is it? Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah,
because the class like yesterday's one, we got to talk on what to discuss. So we have a few of the topics basically. Maybe we can choose one. What are they doing?
Ja.
Für das Apple Exercise. Das heißt, wir brauchen dreimal so ein Grid. Wie viele Squares soll da sein?
4 mal 4.
Lol.
Mhm.
Ich stürzt werden. Okay. Das ist viel cooler.
Okay, die Cat. Vielleicht auch schon, können ja bei jedem schon einen Tisch so hin tun, dass sie dann daran arbeiten können.
Machst du noch das andere?
Ja. Kannst du die Tische dann jeweils einen Tisch?
Also so zusammenschieben, oder? Machst du was?
Halt, dass ein Tisch in den Raum steht. Dass ein Tisch so in den Raum steht, sodass sie dann rumstehen können.
Oh, okay. Dann haben wir, glaube ich, generell
Fehlzündung in meinem Gehirn. Jetzt dann. Merkt ihr, dass es mich nervöser macht, sowas live zu machen, weil ich immer denke, oh, vergesse ich jetzt irgendwas?
macht es nervöser.
Weil später, ich mache das nachts.
Right here, in this person in here.
Und die Hammer-Gries müssen wir auch noch teilen.
Und dann to craft a chart for positive ground. Das heißt, ich mache einfach mal so eine empty Flipchart für jeden Ding. Oder nee, lass das erst machen, wenn
Ja.
wenn es ready ist.
jetzt so meine Haare gerade aus meinem Ding rauskommen.
Ja. So much fun. Learning all these questions.
Great. Noch ein paar Bilder.
Oh, wow! What a mystery play. Ja, jetzt kommen seine Haare da hinten raus.
Ja.
Fokuhila.
Aber sag mir das nicht. Diese
Hä?
Okay. Bewegt. Soll ich das mal ins Licht kümmern?
Achso, ja, mach ich.
What's murder? Very thin. It wasn't supposed to be where that could actually work out. Oh, thank you.
Music.
Okay, bei der Musik gibt es hier einen Trick. Um es auszumachen, einfach nur hier drauf drücken, so dann haben wir nicht die ganze Zeit das an und aus und whatever. Ja?
Ja.
Liegestützen?
Gymnastikspass und einmal durchmachen. Dieser Gymnastikspass war dann am Ende einfach nur am Bar hängen. So, er passt und trotzdem dran hängen. Das ist so anstrengend. Soll ich das versuchen? Ah ja. Noch nicht?
Nicht mehr. Oh, drama!
Wo sind die ganzen Kasper jetzt?
Das iPad von meiner Oma ist jetzt nicht so das Neueste. Das heißt, die Batterie stirbt ziemlich schnell.
Und hier nochmal so Ribbel, also hier wegen Takt. you like asked to defend yourself, and the two people standing next to that person have to react like this as well, or no, if you're reacting to stealth,
The next call.
One is how might we provide enough value for onboarding onboarding users on DevConnect. Another one is how might we leverage AI to create there. And then how might we find whatever you do, it's not what you look when you do it, what you do it, it's what you do it when you do it, what you look like you do it, express yourself. Express yourself. So let the whole do what they do, y'all. Some people have everything, and other people don't. But everything don't mean a thing if you can't express yourself.
All right, everyone, can I have your attention again? You can step into the circle. We're gonna step in. And I see some people are being mugs. You need to drop those for a second. Just put them somewhere safe. We're gonna form a circle. Okay, can you all join in? We're gonna form a nice round circle. Trying to divide our toes. There are a few new people joining in. You want to give a very quick hi and who you are to everyone?
Hi, yeah, Orlando. Pretty new to this whole sphere. I'm working for a management fintech space interested in sort of private tech landscape as well.
Very welcome.
Hamish, I work in cloud DevOps infrastructure and wanting to know more about it and I can swap in.
Cool. Thank you. Welcome.
Hello everyone, my name is Harpreet Maan. I'm a blockchain developer in the space from Malaysia. I've been in the space since building stuff since 2017. Love being here.
Great. Welcome. I think only the three of you are right. Yeah. Cool. Great. So we're back from lunch. I hope you enjoyed the food. We're going to dive into the second half of this program of this day. And to kick us off, we introduce ourselves as the Mystic Makers, right? So everyone is a mystic with you. To increase our energy again, we want to start with a quick little energizer game. We told you earlier, like we're leaning into playfulness. It's helping us to connect with one another, build those relationships, and just work towards those good results because we feel more aligned and connected. So I want to introduce you to our quick energizer game. This one's, I don't know what it's called, the fighting game. So we all have a sword. Can form a sword. It's not a sword like this. It's a sword like that. Everyone just joining, quickly join the circle. We're about to explain our warm-up. So, we're gonna try to attack each other. Try to open the circle without rising. And also make sure that we're around circle so we can see each other well. Gonna need to drop that T. So, this is our weapon. If I want to attack someone, so we're throwing attacks against each other. Attacking works as follows. I'm going to go like, if I'm attacking Sas, she has to lift up her arms. That way she's defending herself. And the two people standing next to Sas have to react like this. So go into her. Yes. Yes. That is the reaction that follows an attack. And you have to do that quite speedy. So if you're too late, like if you're either not reacting like this or you're not realizing that your neighbor is being attacked, you're out. So we can all judge how late is too late. We're going to do a trial round, and then we'll play properly. And
like it follows. So I attack Seth, so she would be the one throwing the next attack. Clear? Yeah, let's switch around. Oh yeah, one important thing. So if you're fighting, we're making fighting noises. So if I'm attacking her, I'll be like, and you both
So you should do something like
feel free to express your fighting noises. All is welcome. Okay, we'll give it a try. Yeah, all to start the fight. I'm gonna take a bow. Okay, welcome. And I'm gonna start throwing. Where's the plan? Yeah, you continue. You continue. You throw the next one. Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
Going on.
Oh, maybe like a.
Yeah. Yes. Louder. Almost there. Okay, you get the drill. And we're gonna lean into those noises, yeah? So maybe let's all just like practice one sound, like 1, 3, 2, 1. Okay. You start. Well done. You can attack.
You attack. Wow.
You're out. Sorry. You step out of the circle and we close the circle. Sorry. Okay, you go on.
Yeah.
Right.
Successful.
Okay, you continue. Sounds on. Sorry. I think you're out. Sorry. Circle? Okay, we continue fast pace. You're being attacked, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay, continue.
Living on the edge, man.
Getting close. Come on, keep it up this pace. Oh, God. Wrong person, sorry. You go on. Yeah, that was fair.
What happened?
Keep up the pace, yeah. Sorry. Okay. Keep it up, keep it up. Okay, keep it up. One last round and then we're done. Thank you for joining in. Want to continue? Power plug?
Yeah, because this ones don't work. I have like an extender here.
Okay, can we all have your circle? Grab a seat. Alright. Everyone ready? It's great if you see someone raise their hand, you do it too, and then you flip it. Yeah. Alright. Good. I hope you're all energized after the lunch, and we're going to go into the dip after lunch. We're gonna do a creative film based on the questions you've come up with before lunch. So there's 3 homework piece. We'll share them again in a bit, but we're going to do something called a hot start, something that gets you into the mood of actually working creatively. And the thing that we're going to do is called the apple exercise. And as you might have seen already, for all your key stations, we already put this grid. And what we'd like you to do is to draw a bunch of apples, but there are a few rules for this. So it's not just drawing apples, but basically the rules are you have to fill the entire grid. You're only allowed to work in silence, and you're only allowed to do it one by one. So one of you would start here, you draw an apple, it's more like a peach, but whatever. And you move from left to right, you basically go like this, and fill all the squares. In silence, one after the other. And there's one other thing, no apple is allowed to look like the other. No apple is allowed to look like the other. So if you're doing this, to me they look too similar. I think you can judge for yourself. If it's this situation, probably it's too similar. Yeah? So in your teams, you have to fill all of this, one after the other, in silence. No apple is allowed to look the same. And we only have 45 minutes. The team who has the most apples or filling the grid.
Yeah.
And try to think creatively. Right? That's the whole purpose. Try to get the creative pieces out.
But what do you mean by fitting inside it?
You're not allowed to talk. So the only reference point you have for drawing different apples is looking at other people's apples. But you're not going to deliberate over what kind of apple you're going to draw. You're just going to draw one after the other. No talking. No. No. No verbal communication. Just grab a pen and you continue with the apple drawing.
Is there any rule about the pen having to be passed down to another person, or can just one person draw them all?
No, you draw one after the other.
Yeah, we have it.
It's a collective exercise.
Yeah.
When you finish it.
If you manage.
Or no.
Yeah.
Or come back. Talking.
Okay.
Okay?
So you go to
ready? Get to your station, grab a pen, we'll put on a timer and some music, and then when we say start, then you're allowed to start. But first everyone get ready. Der war, glaube ich, noch auf im Hintergrund.
Wo denn? Ah, hier. Ja, okay.
Alright, your hands, your hands. You all look ready?
Ich mach's an und du machst. Oder machst was?
Was? Mach was?
Okay, inside, yeah? As we kick off, last we kick off?
Yeah, we start.
Doesn't have to come in different places.
I have 2 minutes and all of them. One more minute left. Seconds left. If you're not done yet, then we should probably hurry.
Guys, your phone is done.
You don't want to be last, no? 10 more seconds.
The size of the person.
Time is up. Put your pens down.
And down, return to the circle.
Alright, you can bring your
drawing to
your drawing. We'll put it here on the ground. That smack in the middle. Yep. Here. Come and join. We're having a look at all those beautiful apples. Alright. How was it to draw apples?
Why was it amazing?
Because different perspectives.
Everyone, can we pay attention?
One at a time.
Yeah. So, Anna, you present. Why was it interesting?
I mean, an apple is an apple. Like everyone has his own perspective of how to see that.
And for this, so is it?
I feel like there are some apples that are better than other apples.
Yeah. So you somehow come up with lots of ideas without even having to talk about it.
It's like you get creative in the end once you have exhausted all of the investigations.
And there is a bit of improv there as well. It only takes one person to move like your pose and then everyone.
Which moment was that?
I think for us, when this thing came along, then it was like, okay, yeah.
So how was it to see other people's ideas before you put your own down?
You don't want someone to take your idea?
Okay, I think it's kind of this there. But how was it to then come up with something?
That's definitely to stay along the scientific path as others. I think you see other people that follow to a certain extent, or people are able to also get an another angle.
We're building on each other and then change course where needed. And you didn't even talk.
I think it goes very well with the concept of our ideas are a reflection of other people's ideas. So sometimes we will say this is a unique or a genuine idea, but I think there's no genuine. Each idea is a composition of different ideas of the people around you.
And I think you can see, especially in this group, super nicely that here somebody started drawing an iPhone, and then it's like, oh yeah, an apple is maybe not just a fruit. There's an apple pie, an apple juice. I don't know, this is still on tell, I guess. Like all of these different things are also here with the apple in my eye. So starting to think in different direction after somebody else has done this little trigger.
Alright. Okay, well, thank you.
Yeah, maybe we can still talk about the
Yes.
Oh yeah, okay.
Well, you can take a seat.
Grab the apple.
So, we already shared some reflections just now, and I want to share quick creative principles with you to lay the foundation for the work that we'll do after. Nick, you ready? One of them being quantity leads to quality. If you don't have a lot to choose from, then it's tough to make any choices when it comes to something. Because if you look at the first apples, the first 4 sort of dish the same, and then it starts to deconstruct the whole concept of what an apple is. That you can only do once you actually go past the first 4. So you need quantity for that quality. Yes, and this is building on each other's ideas. So instead of someone shares an idea, what you've experienced now, because you didn't actually talk, you just naturally build on each other's ideas, because we didn't allow you to talk and discuss endlessly. And that's also a principle you can take into developing ideas, even if you do talk. So when someone shares an idea, and it's about sharing and developing ideas, instead of saying no but, or maybe, you can say yes and see what you're saying, and build on that idea. So that gives you that quantity bit as well. And think big. That's a reference again to the first 4 apples. Likely they look very similar, but if you look at towards the end, where it's apple of the eye and all these things, that's thinking big. That's thinking beyond the first concept of that apple that's squared or triangle or whatever. And let go of your inhibitions. One of the things you always hear is, I can't draw, for example, when going through these exercises, or thinking, that idea is not good enough yet, or maybe I don't want to share it yet. Doesn't matter, because the more you have, collectively, you can make a decision on it. And you've already been making collective decisions today, as you've thought about your questions and the challenge areas, and we'll do exactly the same in the ideation process. So first we go for lots, let go of the inhibitions, and then we make choices. And yeah, we're gonna start off with another one.
Negative brainstorm. Yes. First ideation exercise that we want to dive into today in your different groups. So I hope to take this creative energy and those principles into account now.
Yeah. And what I want to do first, because I don't think we have the time yet to share it, and I want everyone to know what the questions are in the group. We have 3 questions. That's one, how might we provide enough value to onboard the next 1 million users? That's the group working over there. How might we leverage the ID to create progressive ID in Web3? That's over there. And how might we define attestation to communicate the value and encourage adoption? That's in that corner. So you know what everyone else is going to brainstorm on, and you'll hear about it later because you'll pitch to each other. So if you're like, I wish I was in that group, it's fine. You'll hear about it. All right.
Any clarifications around these? Any notes? We're all good. Coming from the challenges that we had earlier. Everything all right? Yeah. Thumbs up. Great.
All right. Yeah, we're going to start off with negative brainstorming, where you take your question within your teams, and we're going to give you a quick 1 minute to flip your question around, so to make it a negative or a flipped version of it. So to give you an example, you might wonder, okay, but how? And your questions are complex. But as an example, if the original question was, how might we make Amsterdam more awesome? Then the other version of it would be, how might we make Amsterdam more awful?
The most terrible.
The most terrible place on earth. Yeah? So that's the direction we're going. So we're looking for how do we make it just exactly the opposite of what we originally wanted to be, and then tentative question. So to start off with that you go to your groups, you flip the question, you have a minute for it. This is not about getting the perfect version of it, it's just for the sake of the exercise, flip it around.
Then we'll move on.
Yeah? Ready?
Yep.
You have 1 minute to flip your question.
Write it down on a post-it note.
Kein Timer, oder? Wieso wird es ja lustig? Warte mal,
Also, da ist es verloren gegangen. Musst du eben mal kurz sammeln. Ja.
Hier. Ach so.
Ja, okay. Passt, okay.
Yeah, creative principles.
Yeah. Irgendwie schießt es immer wieder.
Maybe also confused instead of pricing for the student.
Alright, you all now have the inverse version of your How key, and you stuck it up on the wall. Did you stick it up on the wall already?
No, we can.
To go up there, everyone's armed with a Sharpie and some sticky notes. And you'll have 4 minutes now to think of all kinds of ideas. Again, remember, we're going for quantity of how to make whatever you were trying to achieve much worse. Yes?
So answering your question that you have on the wall now.
Yeah. 4 minutes, stick them right up on the wall next to your keys. Aber jetzt machen wir einen Timer.
Ja. Schaukel.
And again, you're doing this in silence, so individually you think of ideas and you stick them up on the
Said I like the way you shit now. And be your platform. I will break it down.
Remember, we're going for quantity. You have 3 minutes to come up with as many ideas as possible.
Can we add segmentation?
Pretty baby, won't you be my lady? Oh, sweet honey, darling, you know I'm calling. I want you. Sure. Said I like the way, said I like the way, yeah, be your platform. I won't weigh you down, nobody I won't weigh you down.
So if you accidentally like upload like the wrong information, like someone made a typo and
Every single code is going to be there forever.
actually this is a broken make it normal, make it normal.
Said I like the way you shit down. Be your platform. I will break it down.
What if someone makes a typo in their entry? So I think make it so that humans input the data, right? Human input data. So like, if you're uploading your identity, so that a human person writes and they get it wrong. There's a lady city. There's a lady city. Someone makes like government control. This is CC
Yeah. For welfare programs.
Emphasizing. We got one more bonus minute. One bonus minute to explore some ideas. Alright. I see you have a ton of ideas there. Amazing. What we're going to do next is transfer these ideas. So now we've thought of how to make it much, much worse or achieve exactly the opposite of what you originally intended to do. And now we're going to do it, we're going to show it here. So you're going to take any of these ideas and come up with a way to make it better. And you can add your new idea on top of that one, and then add it to this side. But
how you ask, because it shouldn't exactly be just the opposite. So if I take the example of take Amsterdam, the worst city of all places, then one of the examples could be that there's a law in Amsterdam where you're allowed to pick puppies. And that's the reason why it's one of the worst places. So if that would be one of the ideas on one side, then you don't want to just say a law that disallows you from picking puppies, but you would think about, okay, what's actually in that idea. So you would step and say it's a program for animal welfare, for example, would be a way to put that question. So don't just turn it around completely with a very simple way. Think what's underlying there. Is that clear? Any questions? So we'll have 4 minutes. Take these, add a new idea on top. Actually, I correct myself here. I told you the wrong thing. So you can take these ideas and write a new idea and add it here. And you can leave the original idea there. I corrected myself because I realized leaving it there means that you can still have multiple people working on ways to put this question. So you have 4 minutes again to create as many ideas as possible to solve your problem.
Ja, ich wollte dich jetzt gerade nicht mehr.
Nee, ist ja in Ordnung.
Ja. Ja, ich dachte, das ist jetzt was. Ja, genau. Genau, das dachte ich. Sind wir Zeit? Rainer. Okay, dann für Speed Dating. Also warte, wir landen jetzt hiermit.
Wir gehen gleich ins Speed-Dating, ja, weil die auf den Tischen dann arbeiten.
Aber dafür nehmen wir die A3s.
Mhm.
Separat hier. Was machen wir rein?
Also ich würde gerade sagen, also like you can look back as inspiration. Die werden wir so ausprobieren.
Introduced du das? Oder wir haben da irgendwas zusammen?
Dass du Speed-Dating machst. Ja, wir haben gesagt, dass wir abwechseln.
Okay.
So, das ist mit den verschiedenen Runden, also...
Ja, das naht sich dann an.
Ja.
8 minutes. Also haben wir 2 Minuten pro Runde gesagt.
Und dass wir Templates machen. Das wir eigentlich dann, das mache ich jetzt während dem Speeddating. We have 2 more minutes! We're doing this in silence also. So we don't want to make it once later, just make it fast, right? Because the good stuff. So transfer the good stuff on this one. Everybody needs a all the ways to solve this.
So when you live in
We'll give you one more bonus minute. Try to come up with as many ideas as possible. You need something to choose from to go forward. Put them on paper and put them on their Okay. More?
Cross-platform.
Yeah.
Using stacks, maybe we could use nets instead. Well, nets, well,
Yeah, you go next.
All right.
You speed dating? Yes. I'll give them papers.
Wrap up your last thought.
availability is here.
And then I need your attention again. How did this exercise go for the different groups? Everyone, group 1, attention. How did this go?
Like out of 10?
For example.
7.5.
7.5?
Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good. How did it feel to start with the negatives? Was it easy? Was it hard?
It was interesting because we kind of judged I guess things pretty hard.
Right?
Yeah.
Sorry.
We got really dark on it.
Yeah, we got really down, and now we still have
Yeah.
it was fun. It was a fun way.
Yeah.
I think what I liked about it is that it was very comprehensive, getting how we kept it about the space. This is what I like.
Great. Thank you. Any other group? How did this go? How was the first round versus the second round?
The positive one versus
Yeah.
the negative one. I think it's a great framework to sort of hone in on what you need to accomplish, what sort of answer you need to come up with.
Yeah. Were you able to flip lots of the negatives into positives? Yeah, looks quite good. Thanks. And group 2, how was it for you?
Yeah, it was, I think it helped. The negatives kind of made it easy to group things, like what are the common themes, what are the things that constantly come out as easy ways to group it off.
Yeah, yeah. Nice. Good, yeah. I think judging from the posters, you're all doing pretty well. And this is just like a really easy way to get into brainstorming. Our brains or we tend to focus on the negatives. It's easier for us to find all the problems and all the things that hold us back instead of getting over that stage and like really finding new ideas. So that way we can trick our brain a bit and think in different directions, different paths. So that was our first brainstorming exercise that we wanted to do with you. We're going to go into a second exercise now. It's called idea speed dating. And for that, you're going to work on your tables. We have a couple of A3 papers. So each of you is going to get an A3, and that's going to be your idea sheet. So you're going to start working again on that initial positive question, so the question that we're actually trying to solve. You can take some of the things that you just came up with in the negative brainstorm already on your paper as ideas. Start individually, and then we'll have a timer on again, and every 2 minutes you're going to rotate your paper. So other people of your team can then read through what they got in front of them and build on that idea. Again, this yes and mindset, right? So really thinking, okay, how can I make this bigger? How can I make it even better? And more. We're going to do that a couple of rounds, see what comes from it. So already really start thinking of solutions to your actual questions now. Yeah?
And I think the papers and all the tables already, but and to make it easy, let's go clockwise, so we don't spend time on figuring out which direction to go.
Yeah. You can stand, you can sit, whatever you prefer. Each grab an A3 and a pen.
You stay in within your group.
Oh yeah.
What you rotate is a sheet of paper with the sticky notes with ideas on them.
Or down.
Yeah, as specific as you want to get. You can use the Sharpies. That already
Do you have your
novels.
initial highlights?
Yeah.
In your head, right?
You can use the table words and then just rotate around it. So we say it's rotated.
Good.
And we'll stand around. You have the table words, sticky notes, and everyone start in a second. So you can set yourself up.
So you start writing down ideas to solve your challenge?
Yes, on sticky notes, and then you add a sticky note, and then you rotate it, so when someone adds an idea,
everyone set?
Everyone should be set. Write on sticky notes and then add it. Alright, first round starts now. Starts. Any ideas? Yeah.
And then we move to the next person's paper.
We're going to start. You can either move or you can and then building on the ideas, yeah. Feel free to grab some of the posters that you want to write on the paper or start.
We have 1.5 minutes left of this first round. That was really good.
Timing. That's alright. Next one. Fällt meine Lücke da war.
You have 1 more minute for this round. Speedy, speedy. Build on the ideas. If there's any new ideas popping up, you can add them.
Yeah.
30 seconds.
Okay, problem.
I used to live in a place
Number 5.
I never knew what would happen in a day.
Pass on your sheet
And I
to your neighbor.
go.
And in this round, I want you to think of ideas. If you had infinite money, how could the idea shape up? No one knows.
used to live in a voodoo city where every little thing had a secret life. I like washing up the dishes. And picture my eyes. Hang around, baby, baby. Hang around, baby, baby. Hang around, baby. We'll be making hay. Hang around, baby, baby. Hang around, baby, baby. Hang around, baby. We'll be making hay. I used to live in a heartbeat city. I swear I'd fall in love every minute on the street. 30 seconds and walk around the corner. And our eyes might meet. Where you been, darling, darling? Where you been, darling, darling? Where you been, darling? You've been holding my phone. Where you been, darling, darling?
Out of 10 seconds.
Darling, where you been, darling? You've been holding my phone. I told you you dream would come true.
Stop in 3 seconds.
I told you you dream would come true.
Pass on your paper.
I told you you dream would come true.
And in this round, you're going to think that all of the technology that you would need is already there. So there's no limitations with regards to teachers or text or else what would happen. Pass on your paper. Pass on the paper, pass on the paper.
Another minute. Soll ich jetzt danach Schluss machen schon? Danach Schluss machen oder brauchen wir auf jeden Fall einen Moment, um die Ideen durchzulesen, oder?
Jetzt machen wir aber als Teil von der vorigen drin. Als Landing.
Alright, half of your paper, one half time. Let me go paper one last time and get all of the other ideas jumping around.
Big hands, I know you're the one.
Continue to fill on your ideas. Pass it on. 30 seconds. Last 15. Last 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Pens down.
All right.
Get everyone's attention.
Welcome back. We just did ideation, but you can join afterwards with your group. How was this? We just did two different exercises. Now we did the idea speaking. How did that go? Good? What was
It was getting harder as we go.
Yeah, it was very hard.
Yeah. And everybody's thinking from a very different perspective.
Yeah, that's what.
Right?
Everybody,
So some is more technical, some is thinking from how we should be executing, some are thinking about governance, right? Some are thinking about the UI UX, right? So in this case, where every time that you put the paper, you actually will be finding a different angle to address the question.
So very, very high context switching penalty every time you got a new paper.
Okay. Alright, so it's difficult, but you get lots of different perspectives on the problem. Nice. These two tables, how was it?
Yeah, pretty good. I think similar things. It's really interesting and technical and then less technical. And the idea is that we build it on top because everything's got much more got a different shape.
So very similar experience to this table. We were building on each other's expertise and bringing different angles in. How's it here? Yeah. How was it? We're being a little mean too, because we're walking around all the time putting this massive timer there. We're like, faster! Yeah. You have no time! How was it to come up with ideas under time pressure?
Yeah.
Sorry?
Pretty crap.
Yeah. Pretty crap.
Yeah,
What made it pretty crap?
Because the time makes distract you actually. Because you're thinking about the time and not actually what you're right on.
Yeah, I think it was the opposite. Because you know you have to live with time, so you need to get something out, you become less critical of what you're doing. I think it depends on personality as well. I respond better under pressure. So when there's a time limit, I'll actually do it.
I don't think you asked anything.
Yeah, I think it constrains you to quite high level context and not enough time to go into detail, so it can basically high level thinking. Which is like obviously important, but more detailed stuff as well.
There's more MVP style, because what's the minimum that needs to be there to describe the idea, and the rest you can flesh out later, and then you get more ideas. Yes, Andy.
I also think that the form factor of stick notes kind of made me repeat some of the things that were there because I couldn't like write a longer sentence.
Especially markers are like super big. I really like them. It feels like you cannot, you know, because you cannot do them small enough.
So that's also a little cheeky trick, because it also means that with the time pressure and not having a lot of space writing with these fat markers, it means we need to be concise. And you can't write endless things on there, but you have to be like, this is the idea. Okay. Yeah. Good. So now you have a whole bunch of ideas, and they're distributed as well. And I'm sure that you're also curious, because we made you do this in silence, which we did because that allows you to get lots of ideas out instead of endlessly deliberating, which is great. You'll get to that point, but we want more ideas. So what we're going to do next is make a selection within your group. When we make that selection, we're going to then dive deeper into one of the ideas. But first, you have to prioritize, and with that, choose the top 5 facts that will take over into the next step. And we're going to use the same method, the democracy. So last time we had 3 votes, this time we have 5 votes because we have a ton of ideas. So I want to be fair on that. But we'll give you some time first to individually look at the ideas and then cast your votes. So it's one time block, but do take the time to read other ideas and then cast 5 have on the sheet on the wall, as well as the ones that you have on the idea speed dating, one on the tables.
So it might be useful to actually cluster them a bit together.
Yeah.
While reading through it, maybe use the table, use the space to really make sense of it, and then compare the both.
Yeah? Do you have any questions about what we're doing now? You're all clear that you have to pass 5 words to the ideas? Yes? Oh, we'll put on a timer.
Yeah, I'll do like
6 minutes? Nee. Nee, 3 Minuten max für Dot-Voting.
Ja, wir müssen halt noch das durchlesen.
So you have 3.5 minutes to look at all the ideas and cast your vote individually. No worries, yeah. Do most people actually?
No, it's not really registration. Yeah, I'm really good at the process.
Integration is very important. I couldn't agree. Okay, everyone who's not registering, already cast your votes and look at the other ideas.
So I'm focusing the document
We are playing with lights, with this and we sing, we're real cool, we love school, we jump to, we die. We are playing with lights, with this and we sing, we real cool, we jump to, we die. We are playing with lights, we're cool, we love cool, we jump to, we
Schreiben Sie einfach einen Trinkabend statt hier Arbeits. Okay, you have 1 extra minute, bonus minute. Everyone needs to pass 5 votes. Hang those 5 votes on with the ideas to the next round. So you need to make choices.
1, 2, 3.
Now
You introduced the idea cards, ja?
Ja, die müssen eigentlich erst die Matrix machen.
Achso. Haben wir die hier auch gemacht?
Ja. Ja.
Alright. Okay, so you should have somewhat of a selection now of the ideas which seem the most pressing, most interesting, where you cast your vote on. Should be max of top 5 that you can use. The next step that I'd like you to do is to use a matrix. Actually, don't have a sticky note here. I'll just draw on it. Matrix is on the impact the idea has and the feasibility of it. Hi, Jeremy. Welcome back. And what I'd like you to do is take those 5 ideas, and I know for your corner you have the big sheets. So if you voted on one of the ideas that's on one of the big sheets of paper, just transfer it onto a sticky note. And then place it where you think is most relevant. So if it's something that doesn't really have any impact, but it's super feasible, then it goes here. Or if it's not really feasible, but has a lot of impact there, and obviously we're trying to aim to get ideas here, but don't place them because they should be there. Really be critical towards your ideas, and then the ones that are up here are the ones that we'll look at after. You have to choose one that's up here. Yeah? So ideally the one that's right here. Smack up there. Most impact, most feasible. How does that sound?
We need to get a good song.
Yeah, you do.
Now your turn.
Every time you said
Really
yes.
rest of the time. So there are 5 minutes to find some big discuss, yeah?
Has to check the comment.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yes, I'm here.
So, Jen and
You have 4 minutes to place your idea onto the matrix. Top ideas. Yeah, good as you can, good as you You have 1 more minute to place your ideas.
Oh, okay. All right.
Alright. We're ideally in the top corner.
No, in fact, I
something that already exists.
You ready? Dorothy? You get 10. Alright. You still get time to discuss, but let me first tell you what your next step is. Thanks. I know it's the afternoon, and you're all very interested in learning more about each other, but let's crack into the idea first. So you already plotted all of them, and for some it might be more clear than for others which one is the idea that's left that you want to proceed with. I see over there, there's one pink one, it's like smack there, super clear. You guys have a bit more in there. So what I'd like you to do is I'm going to give you a sheet of paper which you have to transfer one of the ideas on. So you have to choose from what's there. So you guys have it's on the axes for both sides. So you have to make a choice there which one works for you. And what I'd like you to do is, for that idea, fill in an idea card. So I already kept those for you. And what's on there is you have to give the idea a name. So we're going to short and snappy. The length of this little line is also to keep you within a certain limit of words. Then describe, same here, there's not a lot of space, so it should be one sentence that clearly describes what your idea is. Justify, so this is where we're going back to your home ID. So that's justifying how does the idea solve the question that you asked at the start. And then the last bit is, in whichever way that you want to, visualize what your idea is. So that could be how it actually looks like, but as some of the things are much more abstract, it could be any other visual representation of the idea. So there's 2 steps. Choose from the ones that you have in the matrix, and then transfer it onto this idea card. And then the third step will be that we'll be presenting that to each other. So you will be presenting to each other, and we'll have a small break after you fill in this, which you have 10, 11 minutes for to fill in this idea card. So same principle, short and snappy, not too many details, but it should be clear and concise. No, you go to. Alright. Voila.
Listen, baby.
We have 3.5 minutes left to fill in the entire time, including visualization. We have 1 more minute left.
Yes, it does. Let's just say
Why did I get thrown out of the interwebs? Yeah. In but we have a break now.
Yeah.
Alright, so you already filled in your sheets. Alright, quick attention and good afternoon. Alright, so you already filled in your sheets, so you're ready to go to present, but we'll give you a 5-minute break so you can walk around, clear your head. In your teams, make sure that you figure out who will present. So you'll present to the other two teams, a person, 2 persons, whatever. You go figure that out. But 5 minutes means that we're back here 10 past, giving you a bonus minute there. You saw that? That's for the ones who are missing the visualization up there. But 10 past, we're back here ready to pitch. Yes? Thank you.
So.
So you can get license and create a
Well, actually, I explained that. So, I was listening to myself, I worked on
Okay, Sassy.
Ja.
Sind wir ready?
Ja.
Was machen wir jetzt? Idea Pitches.
Ja.
Idea Pitches. Und wir machen einfach nur, wie landen wir das jetzt? Einfach sagen, okay, this has been like the first step. There's been more ideas on your sheets.
2-minute pitches als Zuhörer, was Bild und eine challenging question.
Ja, das habe ich. Ja. Aber dann so, wenn alle durch sind, was haben wir am Ende?
Es geht darum, wer hat eine Idee, an der die noch arbeiten wollen. Also ich glaube erstmal so, wie war es durch den gesamten Prozess zu laufen mit der Idee. Und dann, wer hat was, woran sie noch arbeiten wollen. Und dann die Votes. Also willst du in der Working Group DAO formen oder nicht? Willst du dabei sein?
Und diese Ideen werden Teil davon.
Ja. Das ist der Startpunkt.
Okay. Ja.
Somehow.
Okay.
Es lädt irgendwie nicht.
What? So connected to Wi-Fi?
Ja. Sorry, vielleicht trotzdem schon mal alle. Mach ich jetzt irgendwas Komisches? Nee, ne?
Not really, but I think we can unplug some.
I think over there. Yeah. Before we unplug stuff.
Okay, raus. Ich gehe mal kurz raus und will die.
That's going well.
attestation security thing. That we shouldn't assume anything
Yes.
about what
We have a little,
So
they will have information. She was
that's the basic, very simple.
Guys, a couple of days and
yes.
I do know.
Hi. Hi, nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Right way up. Yes.
Oh my God, I have reached out to you guys
Dino.
Actually, I have reached out to Leon.
Oh,
I
okay.
know that you're doing this, and I really wanted to hear. Yeah.
Oh,
It
great.
was really hard to find
I
founders.
came
Yeah.
here just because I saw yesterday that there was an attestations thing, and I flew here from Dubai, and I can only get here. This is the only reason I came here. Literally just from, yeah, so.
Just very
Sorry. No. Yeah, sorry.
We need to continue with our
Yes,
program.
okay.
You want to just sit in or, yeah? All right. Last people coming in?
And you're packing up and stuff.
All right, so we're gonna do our pitches. Each group has selected one of their ideas, ideally the most feasible and highest impact idea. I think we can just go clockwise, starting with this group over there. Who of which group is pitching up? Joya.
You can take the stage.
Yeah. So I'm gonna give you just about 4 or 5 minutes.
Yeah, okay.
Pitching your ideas, and then I would like everyone else in the room to share a critical question about the concept or the idea. And then also if you have anything that builds on that idea, so anything to make that idea even more awesome or more feasible, or any additional things that you have to say about it, you can follow.
I'll put a little timer here, you see it, so you know whether you're within the time.
Applause.
Okay, so a bit of background. We, like everyone else in here, have plenty of ideas on the board. One of the difficult things about having plenty of ideas is kind of summarizing them into something that's high impact, right? So we brainstormed and we came up with the idea of creating a DAO called the Identity DAO. Now, the purpose of the Identity DAO is to serve as the governance and incentives framework for the development of progressive identity. The reason why it would be important is because to have contribution, to have active contribution, to have continued and sustained contribution, you need incentives. But the governance is also important to ensure that it serves the values of the society that we're building it for, right? So we want to make sure that if we're building an identity DAO, we do incentives. If you just do that, but without the governance and the values of inclusiveness and ensuring that it serves everyone and has a universal and democratic opinion about the way it's built, then you just incentivize people to go and make a single standard that is self-serving, right? So we need governance and we need incentives, and that's the point of creating a DAO. A DAO that's inclusive, that anyone can participate in, and most importantly, that we encourage collaboration, we encourage people to get involved, and we encourage ideas and development of DAO and software. The next thing that we added on top of that is the problem with, let's say if we built all of our little identity ideas on the .eth domain,
that's not chain agnostic, right? You could make .e for ENS chain agnostic, but it still says .e. So we then added, let's create a namespace for chain agnostic identity, and that would be the .ids. And so the plan is we're going to create an identity DAO to aggregate everyone's ideas, make sure it's inclusive, and make sure that we have the right incentive structure to ensure that it has sustainability, and then create chain agnostic solutions that enable the creation of progressive identity solutions. And that's our pitch. And here's our logo.
Thank you.
Am I meant to be prepared now?
You're gonna be with the partner.
Yeah.
Any?
I have a question, especially when we are thinking about values and being inclusive, right? How would we pick the right values?
Well, I think in the long term, the best way is not to like enforce a strict set of boundaries and to do it as democratically as we can. So I guess things like how do DAOs do it these days? You know, like maybe we can start by creating a really great user interface where people can go, maybe a Reddit thing where people upload ideas, right? And that's how we can actually start to think about, hey, like someone suggested this proposal and it got a bunch of upvotes, so maybe we should like really start seriously considering about talking about it, and maybe we can create a session or whatever.
The other critical question, I'm thinking about similar things, right?
Yeah.
How would we not avoid offering these decisions in a democratic fashion and not execute because things can go into a stalemate?
You kind of get it down.
You're obviously on stage now, but the rest of the group can answer as well.
Yeah.
I think to add on to that, I mean, first of all, of course, we have to have what are the founding values of this identity DAO, because people who would want to come into it, you have to agree to the founding values of what the DAO believes in. And then later we can have direct democratic models where people can put up proposals and decide according to the founding values, what are the things they would want to improve in the DAO. And what are the new ideas they would actually want to come in and submit. And based on the democratic model, we can actually include it, right? And in this case, we have to work with the right incentives. So in this case, it's so to avoid stalemates, to avoid any kind of blocking of proposals and all of those, and an unfair system where people can be whales having higher power or voting powers and all of those. We would want to build a system which is fair, inclusive, and everybody has the right say in the identity DAO. Okay, so it's not a monetary buy-in into the space, so we don't have voting powers. I think we need a kind of a fair, equilibrium playing field for everybody.
Yeah,
right?
very interesting. And also we could build the token emission, automate the token, and link it with the social activity. There's a new concept coming for social part, which is if you hear about it's an amazing idea. If you hear about step N, so step N will give you tokens based on your activity or your activity. So we could socialize that aspect of the idea and provide the federation required. So we avoid spamming.
Social capital. And there's a lot of research in that methodology. We make sure that it's done in a way that's like well trodden and not going to just like die in 5 years.
That's why we all know that this is a problem, right? Everybody actually knows that, we didn't find a way of solving it. Many different projects and identities projects came up.
Yeah.
But this is a step. Why don't we build it collectively together and form a set of values that we want to achieve in this space and build it together throughout it up.
Yeah.
Right?
Actually, I disagree with the statement that the problem is not solved. The problem was solved all over again and again and again. The best solution so far is that only with the emergency program where you can often get up, oftentimes Congress can't deal with that. So already solved. The image that the problem is not solved is largely to do with the dependencies. So you cannot move, as the stakeholders for identity systems are so large, and very difficult to move anywhere. So that it's very feasible to set up like identity DAO like this. You can do this organized program setup and offering tracks and discussion. But the actual goal of solving like the real identity problem, especially if government uses that for an education purpose, involve large stakeholders actually makes the least feasible problem to solve. If you observe the evolution like internet, we start with email, and reading email immediately takes off, and because it requires no dependency. And anyone at any university is very light. Similarly, antivirus and tokens are very light. You buy NFT tokens immediately today. And if you observe evolution, it's a big wish. Evolution is like life ones take off first, and all the government follows and say, oh, now we accept email address as a way to identify the voters, and we accept that you can send votes with email. And this is how evolution works. But if you want to wish it, then you want to wish the actual identity solution to be solved first, rather than just identifier such as email.
But I mean, to a counter argument towards that, when you talk about an ID solution of 1 million people in one country, like you solve the problem for that one nation. When you talk about a global identity, when you talk about a decentralized space, when you talk about people trusting people you don't even know and you don't even see, you don't even know their names, right? It's a totally different scenario. When you talk about a country-based identity solution, where you know your citizens, you know the people, you can verify, you can knock their house door around, it's a totally different case. When you're talking about a decentralized identity ecosystem, where you do not know how do we trust people who you do not know. Right? That's the questions that we are trying to answer.
Okay, that's a different problem. So, with the word problem, there will be even larger stakeholders in more use cases, which means that it makes the solution even harder, so it's more heavy actually.
So you need a standardized way to do it. That's why we have identity, right? If you keep doing it aimlessly, you need a standard.
We are not going to do this. 4 years ago, I was in Amsterdam with the Kenny. I don't know if you know Kenny. Kenny was the neighboring group who signed a $2 million institution DAO infrastructure. 4 years ago, we had the same discussion, and we talked with government in Amsterdam as well, because they were accepting university at the time. We need to find a solution that can work in everywhere in the world, just by one problem. We are just repeating how important all this.
No, I mean, we'll have this conversation later. Yeah.
We have this third part of today where we're actually gonna talk about the DAO, right? So I'm gonna pause. The conversation is super interesting, even for me. Getting into this. But thank you so much for now. Well done, team. Thanks for presenting. We want to move on to the second group from the DAO group. Who was going to present you all? All right, off you go.
So,
the round of applause.
We came up with a brilliant solution called that was easy. Basically, we had a bunch of different ideas, but the thing we found with the most usability and most impact in relation to this was simply to actually have users being integrated in the flow of the user experience during development to make it as easy for them as possible to get into the system and to use the system in other places. So basically this could happen in multiple ways because we already, at least from smart social apps, there's a couple who already have some solutions where attestations are being used. So we've got DevConnect tickets. So we already have a use case there where we have some specific users. So simply like doing standard user studies with those users about the flow and what the issues are. I think it can make it easy to make a good solution, user-friendly solution for new areas and also improve what is already there. So the justification for this is that this can basically making the best user experience of the user attestation. We can dominate the niche. And furthermore, if the user experience is very easy and when it's used in one setting, like for the DevConnect ticket, well, we get some user retention since, like, when the next time there's something, if you can use the same attestation solution and you have a good experience with this, well, and then it's going to be the easiest to use, and then they're going to use that. And furthermore, if it's good and easy, it also creates some positive buzz, and then hopefully we get more users. So this is like a low price to do this. Of course, it needs to have some cases, I think, like some actual usage in order to do this. But I mean, when you already have this, both for like the issuance of an attestation and the issuance of an attestation. We do have a user base we can reach out to and ask for feedback in relation to the user experience, what they value, what could be improved. Yeah.
Can I ask the how might we again, just to understand the solution? What was the problem that you were solving for? How might we improve the user experience?
I mean, the overall problem was how we might get to 1 million users.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Awesome. Awesome. What was it your visualization?
Oh yes, the visualization is someone basically with his device saying, "Holy crap, that was easy." And then his friend is, or their friend is like, "Oh, show me, show me."
Thank you. Is there any ideas that build on this or critical questions?
I guess maybe just one question, I guess, just, this with the forum going forward with this. So the idea being you start with the defined ticket as an example that you can kind of use as an initial attestation kind of validation.
Yes, it was already knowledge of the users in the user base, so you can try to get them to like either through swag or something like this.
Awesome. And then I guess, like, say, the basis of the use case would be providing kind of the outcome to the wider community of AttestationDAO, or how would we kind of share that information with the community itself?
Yeah, that's a good question. Like, if there's a DAO, then of course that makes sense. Otherwise, I mean, the wiki page. If there's like an organizational wiki page or anything like that, writing a Medium blog or
I think it ties into what Bo was saying, like if you want people to be interactive with the product, the easier it is to interact with it and speak about it and communicate, the quicker you're going to get feedback and be able to build something people want.
Yeah, just a quick question. Do you have a data type for a particular structure for what the application block should look like? Is it will be on-chain, off-chain, some sort of standard? Have you sorted that out yet, or are you still working on that?
Oh, that's the third group that's working on the standard. but from Smart Social Labs, who's there's an actual attestation. We're already using it. We have it made and ready to play with. It's basically an off-chain. It's sort of like equivalent to an X509 certificate, linking an Ethereum address to a hidden email. So the email is not in the attestation itself, which means you can post it into the blockchain. But it's encrypted basically. It's a commitment.
Okay.
And then only the user has some secret information. They can use zero-knowledge proofs on this. So they can prove that they actually the owner of this. They can prove that this email in this attestation is the same as in a specific ticket or something like this. And then that can be used either on-chain or off-chain.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay.
Just how would you manage the user feedback? Because based on experience, you only get those who don't like something, and there may
You need to incentivize it, right? You need to incentivize. You need to incentivize the users, because I know from myself, someone, thank you for using our product. Will you please spend 20 minutes answering this survey? And I'm like, nope. So you obviously need to return something, right? I mean, so it's a relatively, like if you get 30 users, and even if, let's say, you pay them $50 or something like this, depending on how useful what you get back is, it's relatively easy and low investment to get a lot of utility.
I actually have a counter argument to that. So, I mean, I've been seeing incentivized model for years now, but always the question comes in, how can you sustain incentivizing people for the growth, right? So one of the reasons why a lot of Web2 applications actually went up and got really big is not because they incentivize their users, but actually they reduce their human effort, right? Today, when we go out and build an application, it's not about incentivizing them and say choose between your Web2 application to a Web3 application. It's about how can I reduce your effort and ensure some benefit, or in terms of security, in terms of privacy, in terms of something that improves over it. Exactly. And then incentives is just a way to push the first bit, right? And over time, the incentive should be rolled down.
Exactly, and that's why it should be easy. That's the whole, like the incentive here was just to get users to participate in the user study.
Yeah.
Right, so we know how to make it easy and we know how to make it easy for other people, right? So it's not to incentivize people to use it, it's to incentivize people to take part in a user study. Yeah.
Maybe we could create like a proof of survey protocol.
Exactly, I was going to say you can get a special limited edition NFT for like being part of the of influencing the early development of this, and then you know you can put it on your Discord and right.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and get discount.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. So we have so we already have a POAP, so we have a POAP. I think we have a P.
Yeah, proof of participation protocol.
Yeah, P.
And then you promise them discounts and tell them it's coming soon.
All right.
Soon.
Yeah, like proof of stake in Ethereum. Yeah.
Alright, thank you. We have one last group coming up.
Yeah, it looks like
You're holding the sheet. Yeah.
Alright, so our idea is to build a rival DAO to identity DAO and crush it.
Wow.
Not really. Going back to what was our how might we question, if you remember it. It's something to communicating value. How do we remember?
How can I communicate value and
encourage adoption?
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright, so yeah, that's basically it was about like defining, converging on a shared understanding of what attestations are and then communicating that value and encouraging adoption. And I think we came up with 5 things on the matrix, and they were sort of all heading in the same direction, which is like given that we can't, like in the space that we have remaining today, we can't just do all of that, right? So the clear, simple, actionable things that we can do is to build a framework for all the great wisdom collectively that's in this room and outside this room to continue collaborating and continue connecting and converging and mapping the space out and figuring out who's doing what are the overlaps, what are the differences, and then defining that and communicating that and encouraging people to adopt. So the simplest actionable thing really is to bootstrap the attestation DAO, which might also be the identity DAO, and just to basically set up what do we need for this to go forward, because I'm sure many of you like me have been to lots of events and you're in a room full of people with like common interest and understanding, and you all want to work on stuff, but then as soon as you go away from the conference, it just normal life takes over and all the momentum just vanishes. So the simple way to make sure that this energy that we've kind of got from connecting today is sustained is to just like set up an online presence so that we articulate what is the mission of AttestationDAO, what are we trying to do, just things like incentives as part of it, then that can be articulated in the mission. To articulate the use cases, so have a place that everyone can share. Oh, I need attestations because of this particular use case or this particular need, and have one of the things that we wanted to achieve was a low barrier of entry, so that anyone can come along and add their use cases and share them and so on. So maybe some kind of online presence with a forum type or wiki type capability that anyone can join and contribute to whatever kind of stakeholder you are. So there's the sort of online presence for people in the wider community to look at, and then there's the core stakeholders who are like us, who are really enthusiastic about this, who want to really get our teeth into it right now, and we can just communicate online after the conference and carry on working. So set up online presence, web, wiki, and community communications channel.
track stakeholders to converge and start the mission. And this is just a visualization of like a simple website that just is like, here's the DAO website, the logo, the mission / manifesto, use cases, related links, curating like all of the projects that we're all working on and standards that are already out there. So everyone's aware of the whole space, and we're all kind of trying to converge on a shared understanding rather than everyone operating in silos like what's happening already to some extent. And then just making it really easy to find other people in that community, understand their roles, and for anyone to join just by joining. So the other thing which we did draw was like maybe a Discord channel or a discourse forum or something like that, so that anyone can get involved.
Do you think we can replicate an existing DAO model and all at the same time?
Yeah, I mean, there's stuff like Boardroom, like there's a ton of DAO tools and stuff out there. So I don't think that, I think we were thinking this should be very simple, lightweight. It's like just a bootstrapping thing, right? It's not going to be some complex, heavyweight thing. So in a way, it's just like it's seeding like a small DAO. That, someone said this morning, and I agree with them, that if you try and be too decentralized from the start, then you might not get anywhere. So you just have to call a bunch of people that are really interested and enable them to move fast and make decisions quickly, but then you also keep it open to everyone else.
I was going to say that maybe you could set up a Notion.
Yeah, I mean Notion, or like there's lots of different tools that could empower this. Yeah.
Identity DAO might give you some grants.
Oh, really?
Just apply for it.
Just had a quick question to the organizers. So I've been working on a project called the Ethereum Attestation Service with Steve Dackman and Vader. And some people might know about it, some people not. I actually just flew here and just arrived just because I wanted to raise some awareness. If anyone's interested, maybe I could just give a quick 2-minute description of it. It's not a company or anything, it's just a...
I'll leave it up to the facilitators.
What was it that you want to present?
It's a very important idea.
The Ethereum Attestation Service. Okay, so basically, and I'll do the 30-second pitch.
Yeah, go for it.
Or not a pitch, it's not a company, there's no tokens, it's completely open source. It's a service layer for attestations, on-chain attestations, where basically we don't presuppose what kind of attestations people want to make. So we have a schema contract, or a schema registry contract, where people can register any type of schema they want for what kind of attestation they want to do. And then they make attestations on that schema. And it's just basically like a registry for any formats, because we realize that people are going to come up with 10 different ways to want to do an identity attestation. And there might be 6 different ways to do identity. Maybe one type wants to do specifically name, address, whatever. Another will want to do something using zero-knowledge proofs, whatever it happens to be. So people just, we just say, okay, let's just have one central place where people can register their attestation schemas and attest to them. We also did one other really interesting thing, is we created a resolver which can verify the data is actually fitting the schema. And on top of that, the resolver can also attach payments to the attestations. And this opens up a whole bunch of interesting things for oracles. For example, maybe somebody has a prediction market and they want to attach a payment to a schema. They want to attach a payment to incentivize other people to make attestations on the outcome of some event. And anyway, it's called...
So, one question, is your service also acting as a schema catalog?
Yes.
Like if I want to send for education or attestation on...
Imagine I want to attest to eye color of everyone in this room. I register on the registry an eye color schema, like it's a string with the name, or maybe the size of your eye, so integer with some millimeters, and then I can go around attesting on that schema. So blue, green, whatever, to each address. Your address, green eyes. I've attested that you have green eyes. But it can be for anything. I can attest to your height. I can attest to your credit score. I can attest to how trustworthy I think you are. I can attest to whatever it happens to be. So
this is a this is a separate service, right? It's not happening on chain, or is it happening?
Yeah.
So it's on chain.
Yeah.
The reason we haven't launched yet, the main reason, is because we actually want to have a robust off-chain standard as well, and that's the harder part.
So if it was off-chain, then I was thought that maybe the transaction with the attestation will actually reduce spams during sales, right? So in this case,
the off-chain standard we haven't totally standardized on the spec yet, and that's something that I'd love to chat with people about off-chain.
Yeah, because if not, if you can do the proving that, hey, you actually own it, and then the payment is already attached to it, you'll go through if the proof is met. If the proof fails, it just refunds. Yes. And the transaction doesn't even take place, right? So it reduces the congestion on the network. Right? Sure. So that's why I thought maybe there will be the best use case.
Definitely, we can't do everything on chain. There's not, or maybe even on L2s, but it becomes expensive. For example, if you use Uber right now, at the end of your Uber trip, you give a rating to somebody, okay? That's an attestation. I attest that the driver was 5 out of 5, okay? Millions of those are happening every day. So if all that was on chain, even on an L2, it would become expensive. But the interesting thing is, once there's maybe there's a schema for trust ratings, okay? The interesting thing there is instead of having siloed trust in each app you use, when you use Uber, you might have 4.5 out of 5. When you use Airbnb, maybe you have 3 out of 5 because you smashed someone's house, okay? But your trust isn't portable. On each different service, you have different trust ratings. So it would be interesting if someone created some, universal trust attestation. And when you log into Uber, you have your trust rating with you. When you log into eBay, you have your trust follows you around. So, yeah, like Black Mirror, yeah. Hopefully we don't associate in the...
Last question, how the service would be usable for governments, for example, to attest, let's say, education certificates, or, I mean, do you provide also...
Yeah, so imagine, we're in Netherlands, okay? Like, Netherlands.e is the government address, okay? And you have your Ethereum address, Mike.e. Okay? The government can just make an attestation. They can register an attestation schema for example, has a driver's license. And as long as Netherlands.e attests that Mike.e has a driver's license, there'll be a blue check mark on Etherscan or wherever, some place where some registry, some explorer. And they could do the same thing. They could say past university. The university has an address, like Oxford.e. And when they attest to your address that you've got your diploma, it's on-chain or off-chain or whatever you want, or it's a zero-knowledge proof, and you can carry all your attestations around with you your whole life, whatever you want to do. But the key thing for the service is we don't suppose what anyone wants to do. We just want to have some sort of standard that people can use and do whatever they want on top of it. There's no business model around it. It's like just a registry of attestations. Yeah. And definitely open to feedback and use cases. I'd love to chat with some of you guys after.
I don't know what I believe this, but I feel that there should be like some standard governance and everything for the schemas, right? So in this case, let's say if the private license example you give, in this case, somebody have to prove that the private license is valid. So you need a different model for that. And then you'll have decentralized structures as well, and decentralized schemas as well.
Yes, of course. Yeah, so for example, I can make a schema called is good at driving, Boolean, true or false.
Yeah.
And if you have 1 million people attesting that you're good at driving, even if you don't have the government attestation that says you have a license, in the far future, the Skynet AI will just be like, oh, 1 million people attested that you were good at driving, and they all have very high trust ratings. Mm-hmm. So therefore, through our model, we're going to let you drive on the road.
Got it.
Or to move the attestation aspect, like ceramic network does the schema concept already. Have you heard of ceramic network? No. So I'm really interested in, I'm already implementing it right now as self.id. If you go on your phone and type in self.id, they've already implemented a schema model for a basic standard profile. Cool. And what I've said is like, hey, we could make the Africa red schema and define like the tribe or Slav like this, that, and the other. you're saying, it's not like specifically about schemas, but it's more about, I'm sorry, attestations, but it's more, they do have that schema layer already.
Yeah, same with Polygon ID as well. Same thing.
I think that there's definitely, there's a lot of people working on lots of different things. I just wanted to come and raise awareness for
Yeah, I have this question about the definition of the reputation and attestation.
Sure.
Yeah, well, I think since you explained now is reputation, and I'm not sure about the yeah, we are not sure about the definition of attestation.
About reputation?
The problem, yeah, the problem of the reputation is the system, the reputation-based system has very much space of the exploit, right?
Yeah, for sure. So
many cheating.
Yeah, many cheating. So that's a great point. So imagine for a moment, if you just have a reputation system, someone can make 1 million Ethereum addresses and like bots, and just they'll all attest that you're 5 out of 5, right? Okay, fine. But if you have a layer on top of that that attributes trust and goodness scores to each address, they'll be able to tell and they'll be able to weight those addresses whether or not those addresses have trustworthy attestations or not. So an address that just has no attestations that rates you as 5 out of 5 should have a low trust score. And for example, if Vitalik.eth attests that you have a 5 out of 5 reputation, because his address is well known and he has a high trust score, that weighting from his trust score will be shared with you. So there's ways, there's definitely, so there's going to be attestation explorers, and there's going to be trust and goodness score, kind of like what Google does for PageRank to determine how trustworthy a page is.
Okay.
So that, what you're saying is a good point. There's going to be a lot of fake attestations.
Yeah, and I expect some resolution for the current SNS space fraud use case of the SNS space, and attestation may add something. If the attestation may add something on it, it's very great. It's good, but I think I think there are no difference between the reputation and attestation at this moment. So, what do you think about reputation? That's reputation. Victor has good reputation, not attestation.
Yeah.
Right.
Reputation is just one use case of attestation.
In this framework. It's now different from the current SNS, social network reputation, and it's a bunch of fraud.
So imagine Twitter. You have Twitter, right? Everyone knows Twitter. Maybe you have an account. When someone likes your tweet, that's actually an attestation. Somebody's attesting that I like this tweet. Okay.
Yes, but many scams.
Yes, many scams. So the great thing about attestations on a blockchain is some basic AI can go and do trust and goodness scores on all the nodes in the graph and determine which ones have low trust scores and remove them from any significant weighting.
And that problem can be decoupled from the attestation mechanics itself, right?
Correct.
You can build a neutral.
It's a scoring system, absolutely. And by the way, you can take it a step further, and you can just say, okay, there's 1 billion attestations now on chain of trust scores and everything, and one group can build a some sort of rating system, some way to score all of that with their whatever data science model they're going to use, and they'll assign a trust score to each node. And another group might say, "Oh, I don't like how you're scoring that." And maybe Etherscan will say, "Oh, I don't like how you're scoring that. We're going to do our own score," and then.
I want to add one last point. We always need to make attestation expensive, verification free. By doing this, we make sure attestation has a low span, and it's only if you want to have.
I mean, you have to balance that. Is it like, are you going to be spending for attestation?
It depends on the use case. Some attestations are going to be very cheap.
Yeah, so you can have like power, or you can have like how many votes.
Sorry guys, just to wrap this up, we've had a few mods in the IT studio. So I think that we have 1 hour and a half at the
the desk. Let us wrap this up. And this chat, these kind of discussions are exactly the reason why we have hosted this space. So we would love to continue this conversation, even after the event, even after today, and because I think that we are working on this technology. We see it as a common group, for the health of a very mature Ethereum ecosystem. Yeah. Let us work together. So great conversation, but let's try to get.
Thank you. So nice conversation indeed. And yeah, just to wrap up this part of today also, so this was the second part where we really dove into the ideation. You came up with 3 different concepts. There's a ton of other ideas still on the walls. And from the conversations that we had, and also 2 of your ideas are related to Working Group DAO, right? So, and also what you just contributed. So we're gonna wrap up the second part and still continue with the third part of today, which is centered around talking about the Working Group DAO, how it would take shape and how it could look like. So with that, I would just like to ask you who's in for that, who would like to, or who thinks it's a good idea to form such a Working Group DAO, and who would like to contribute and stay on for this for another. So now we have it's like almost 4. We would continue, like you said, for another hour or so, with a quick break. So I will just ask you for a show of hands to showcase who is in, who wants to stay, who wants to contribute. Nice. A bunch of people. Great. I think that's a good result, and obviously everyone else, thank you so much for your contribution anyway. Really good work that you've done. Thank you so much for following the process also with us. I'm going to give you a quick 5-minute break, right? Yeah? To stretch your legs, grab a coffee, grab a water, and then we'll continue working after.
Thank you so
Yes.
And that is something that I would like to figure out.
It's also really what
very similar to.
So not attesting to a particular address.
Well, no, attesting to a particular address.
The function call is basically on the AS contract. It's the you can feed in who you're attesting to, what schema you're referencing, and then you pass it back. And for what use case? Just so that there's more privacy. One maybe just your name.
Obviously, I don't want to mix that.
Connect test applications. There's use cases for people who would want to involve in coding, right?
Every user is code dependent.
Okay. This is the privacy issue.
Yeah, but we're still building.
They're extremely complicated.
Yeah, pretty
Is your knowledge math to that's impossible.
Yeah, so the idea, we see there are
Yes. You have a private key for the
yeah. So it should be like that.
you can have good tooling. Then you carry all
Right.
these
So
pieces.
this is the system of fields.
But in that address just
yeah, I mean,
so then you can still, I mean, you can attest to an address that doesn't exist.
yeah, I think it is because
So
derivation.
we don't check to make sure the address exists.
Exactly. So that might be so that's another solution.
Or maybe there's something in 0000001.
Oh yeah,
whatever, and 00002.
Right, exactly. So the way around, I just wanted to highlight this is the
So, yeah, well, for example, maybe there's going to have to be some, often in jurisdictions, they might force citizens to KYC their address book into this one. I mean, totally out of my philosophy, but I'm just saying assume the use case there, okay? So then Coinbase might provide a service that KYCs in, and the schemas just has Coinbase KYC. They don't need to have your name there. So all that's going to happen is your address will get a green check mark from Coinbase, and the just check your address at the attestation chain and rely on the fail. But
also wir müssen es jetzt auf jeden Fall jetzt ist es 16 Uhr. Also haben wir theoretisch noch ein bisschen Zeit für die Break, oder? Das ist so, ist das redundant?
Ja, das, was Wer gesagt hat, dass wenn man das nicht fragt, dass es dann keinen Zusammenhalt bringt.
Okay.
Also ich glaube, ich würde eher kein Counting Game machen, sondern sagen, es ist ein Check-in für den dritten Teil. One sentence, why did you stay?
Good one. Okay. Yeah. in one sentence, why did you stay? Dann sharest du das, passt schon noch, oder?
Ja, also ich sag halt, was haben die alle gemeinsam? Und das letzten Endes ist eine Social Unit, aber also collaboration is in the core, but you can't force things there. Like you have to create the right context for it, and then to do that, we need to understand like what do you want to be and what you don't want to be.
Okay.
Because
I think that still works.
Yeah. So the interweaving.
Yeah.
Lightning Demo, ja. Also ich bin eher geneigt. Also Visualizations, da haben wir weniger Leute hier. Das war eigentlich gedacht, das in Gruppen zu machen. Dass wir sagen, dass wir 3 Gruppen machen und mehr Zeit damit verbringen, zu sagen, was wir wollen, dass es ist, statt dass wir Lightning Demo machen.
Ja, würde ich auch
also
sagen.
Einfach da.
Ich würde sagen 2 Flipcharts. Who we aren't, eine Seite,
Also
who we want to
zusammen
be.
machen.
Ja.
Einfach im Gespräch.
Ja,
okay. Weil wir hatten erst in Gruppen gedacht, glaube ich.
Wir können auch One to for All machen.
Mhm. Ich würde sagen One to All.
Ja. Okay. Also One to All. Das sollen die dann aufschreiben?
Ja. Mit ihrem Nachbarn teilen und dann besprechen wir es zusammen.
Ja. Und dann capturen wir es auf einer Flipchart. Auf 2 Seiten. Und dann Next Steps.
Also Questions.
Auf einer Flipchart capturen.
Ja.
Und dann, who wants to do what? Is there any people? And maybe, vielleicht sollten die noch ein nächstes Meeting oder sowas einpennen. Oder?
How are you gonna communicate? Auch, also ich meine. Boah, das ist so ein langer Tag.
Ja, Mann. Dann müssen wir danach noch fucking Wochenende vorbereiten.
So viel gibt es doch nicht mehr als Wochenende.
Ja, wir müssen noch mal schauen, wie wir das Hybrid machen. Das war ja 2 Leute.
Können wir erst was essen?
Ja, klar.
Sonst falle ich echt vom Fleisch.
Okay.
Wir sind auch direkt hier in der Kamera, ne? Hi!
Das ist schon wieder sind selber
Ich glaube schon, moderieren.
Okay, so.
Also Check-in, where do you stay? Und dann teile ich das, aber ich mache das relativ schnell, glaube
Yes, and it's an optional station and we have something where the solution hidden like which is calculated on the user address. So they have user to that type and yeah, exactly.
You have the Spanish budget for
the biggest part of it, but we don't have we do have algorithms which is sending and we do have the proposal how the event system at that time is online. Keep this together, we will get picture of the paper, but we don't have a paper. And this is something we are going to thoroughly write down the process to achieve this.
We have other components also, like
so we got
on-chain attestation protocol here in the United States as well. And it's based on the schema registry.
Oh,
But we need to figure out a way to standardize the option stuff and to understand more about the code technically. So are you open source or is this open source? Is it a for-profit thing?
So we want this, and actually one of the things that we offer in the publication is a really price as well. So for everyone, we did a really standardized option. So we do follow that standardized the ticket itself, which is not compatible with different subjects.
We should define a contact data structure.
All the same methodology. But we didn't have a schema framework. So how can someone else do it?
It'd be great to chat with you guys with some he's the chief CTO of Bangor. And this is a side project we worked on for a few months late last year. And we all had to go in our different ways, so it was really had enough time to read through the stuff we're working on. But he's like top photographer, amazing problem solver. So if you guys are interested, you can have a chat with him.
As long as we have we need to get in touch.
That's the signal for now. What was your name? Yeah, for sure.
They're already like ceramics. I really like it.
What's your name?
I'll say building on something. Is that just
we already wrote the code last year. It's just there. Our ceramic can't work. They might have it, which we don't mind, but we don't have the token or problem model. So if they have a token required for it, then they have the same.
So what is the main problem?
Ceramic network
Good eve.
I'll check it out for sure. It's off-chain or on-chain?
They're definitely not doing NFTs it's controlled by a wallet.
They're using DID.
Yeah, they're using DID for the API based solution. I'm wondering, actually, the thing I thought was interesting is that when you're saying that, I'm not so sure about how else would work. Let's say
I'm gonna ask you all to stand in a circle. Okay. Can we form a nice round circle shape?
Do we hold hands or send it?
Not yet. All right. Thank you for joining this last part of today. Well, you all decided to stay on and really dive deeper into this topic of the working group DAO, so super nice. Just to kind of check in for this last part of today, I want to do a very, very speedy round to hear from you what you're hoping to get out of this last hour of the day. And one sentence. In one sentence, yeah. Anyone can start, and then we'll go clockwise.
Okay, I will start. I want to get to a common understanding around the next step, since we have decided that we are going to, form an hour and continue the conversation. How would we do that?
Yeah.
So I would like to meet next year and to talk about what we have done last year and what could be done there.
We're talking the next hour, right?
Next year.
Next year.
So for next hour, I want to understand what the logistical issues that we're facing with this formation of the DAO and how I can contribute to helping the flow and the continuous development of the process.
Yeah, I guess I think this point was raised earlier, but how into the when we leave this room, how are we going to address the fact that we're going to actually continue to be interested and engaged in this kind of business? Essentially, how are we going to do that?
Yeah, very similar. Love to just get everyone's contacts and whoever's interested in keeping the conversation going. Maybe someone wants to set up a Discord or something like that. And also just to get some feedback on EAS if anyone has seniors are interested, because we'd love to improve and see how we can improve.
I want to make sure, I want to help everybody in this circle have these liberated questions to have not horrible conversations that might enable the conversation to actually continue forward with more velocity.
Yeah, for me, till now everything's been highlighted, so I'm looking to start in a technical detail and plan building and contribute to this discussion.
Yeah, and to get a bit more of a networking run to find out a bit more what the rest of you are doing and how we can do something together. Everything's working.
I hope to facilitate.
Yeah.
But I think to your point also to get some tangible kind of next steps or make sure that we don't leave this room without really knowing what's going to happen next and how we can still stay in touch to really move this forward.
I want to understand how we're going to move forward and try to take out some learnings on what it takes to set up a DAO and what to do right.
You know, I'm really here after this.
We can do that.
Okay, I want to get a really good story that I can tell other people and they get what it is and come to work with together.
Same as Kat, I want to help you to make things concrete, get inspired, so by the end you walk out here and you're like, yes, let's do it.
Yeah, I have many handicap on the speaker nowadays, but anyway, I hope that attestation will probably get on and this call space, and let's do it. Okay.
I would say my objective would be to establish a foundation which make this as a journey to make us proud and happy.
Awesome. So, first of all, I think I'm a very structured person. So I'd like you to see like that A, B, C, D, right? So going to your answers, I think first is of course direct connection. See who from here will be the last guy standing and making sure that everything works. And we have to first define what are the founding values and principles and things that we would want in this DAO, right? Figure out that, and once we get that running, that's where we start working on the other works, so like making sure they're inclusive, making sure the right values are there, and start getting in and putting on this idea out there for everybody else to come and incorporate. And maybe we have to raise some funds to actually execute the activities and initiatives that we want to do. Right?
Yeah.
I had a very long sentence.
It's just commas.
They were just comments.
Yes.
All right.
I'm really interested just to see, I guess, in the sense that DAO, we've got different companies, different specialists, all coming and stepping into one place, common interests and different businesses running and so on, but a couple of collaboration, really interested in contributing towards, I guess, the greater good of how attestations can actually improve technology of attestations.
Thank you.
All of the above.
Yeah, nice. And we have a new member.
Hi everyone, my name is Sandro. I'm a venture investor. My colleague from my portfolio company was here with me earlier in the course. I'm more like a collateral, if that works.
Yeah.
Got a winner.
More funds.
It's destiny.
All right, thank you. Good to hear all of these, and I think there's a lot of overlap, and we'll try to read all of these things, but we only have an hour left, so there's definitely that time constraint. What we're going to do first is Santos prepared just a couple of, like a little knowledge nuggets, let's call it like that, a couple of knowledge nuggets on, information on the community. So connected to Group DAO, and then we're going to look into who you or what you want to be as a Group DAO and what you don't want to be. So kind of shake that up a bit, and then dive into some more concrete. What are the next steps? You can take on what's important, etc. Probably wrap it up. Right? Yeah.
And then you can network a lot.
Over beers.
Yes.
Yeah? In the sun. Finally have some real sunlight today. Okay, thank you. You can sit back down.
Yeah.
And we're going to continue.
All right.
Shall we make the circle smaller?
Oh yeah,
that's a nice idea.
Yeah.
Take up the anymore.
There's a Dutch word that you can already learn. It's gezellig.
Oh yeah, very
It's like when it's cozy and people are close to each other.
Sorry, how does it say
Gezellig.
Gezellig?
It's like Dutch is one of the throat diseases of Europe. I say that as a German. Alright, so you all know, maybe you can open it this way, because now I have to exclude it. Alright, cool. Yeah, cool. You all know the game Spot the Difference. I'm gonna plot the commonalities as a little game to inspire you. So I'm gonna share with you just a few examples, and then you can tell me what they all have in common. So this is a rugby game. They just scored. They're super happy. Their fans are cheering. The other team's fans are not cheering, and they're kind of sad. But there's a special moment. There's a few people celebrating something together. That's one. Then pride parades, people coming together. They're there to celebrate their difference. They're there to cherish that and do it together. That's another one. Then you might remember LAN parties. We'll bring your PC tower to your neighbor because there's no actual other way to play together yet. Another way to come together. Mosh pit. I don't know if you've ever been part of one, it's painful. But it's, yeah, coming together, wearing your steel cap toes, your steel, that's a hard word to pronounce, steel cap toe shoes. And coming together with a whole bunch of other people while your favorite band is like hammering away on their instruments in the background. That's another wit. So what do these all have in common?
Yeah, humans in
Sense of belonging.
Sense of belonging, people, what else?
Shared frame of reference.
Shared frame of reference, yeah.
You all believe in the common things. Yeah, so it might be about the sports, so it might be about the festival.
They all physically together, which means it's all pandemic.
The mosh pit's definitely pandemic, I can tell you that. There's no distancing there. Okay, so shared purpose, shared perspective, shared experience, proximity, in it as well.
Celebration.
Sorry?
Types of celebration.
Types of celebration.
Logos, uniforms.
Yeah. There's identity going on, something that connects you. So the only reason why I showed you this is to give you a starting point to think about what is it actually that connects people and communities. If I were to take a very simple definition of community, it's a social unit of living things. That's like a basic thing. What it is that actually connects you might be very different, right? It might be shared purpose, might be shared experience, might be shared values. You might be there accidentally, or on purpose, or involuntarily. I hope you're here voluntarily. You chose to stay, so I'll take that as a starting point. But part of it also being it's more than two people coming together for something. But the question is, what's actually the glue that holds you together to then go on? And I want to show you, that. Basis of that being, if you're a community, you're collaborating to do something together. That's the base, right? That's what makes the human race successful in evolution, because we're actually capable to collaborate. But the question is, what do you need to actually make that happen? And I don't know whether you know Nora Bateson. She's a system thinker and poet, but I actually like this one, even though it's kind of a sassy quote, because it challenges some of the things that you would think about community. But she says, you can't make someone love you, you can't force respect, you can't mandate care, and you can't build community. Please be careful with talk of building community. Community is a consequence of many contextual relationships intertwining over time, more like a Lego, more like a meadow rather than Legos. So why am I showing you this? There's a lot of, it's very easy to say, okay, let's build a community, and you think, we just bring people together and that's it. I would say in this case, this is the first instance of intertwining. It's the first instance of intertwining, of shaping the context that you need in order to make something happen. But the question is, how do you actually want to do that? I love this one. Gardening.
Farming.
Huh?
Farming.
Yes. So this is the meadow, right? But the question is, what do you actually want to be? So we're taking this as a collective way of deciding what we want to be and what we don't want to be. But taking this as a first instance of intertwining, and if we take Sarah Bateson's quotation as a starting point, then a first instance isn't enough to build a community, but we need the steps after. So we look at what you want to be, what you don't want to be, but also look at what are the next steps. Otherwise, we'll just look after this conference. Yeah?
Good point on that. I'm a gardener myself. Actually, one thing that I've learned over time as you do more gardening is you actually come to understand that plants kind of don't grow a lot for a while, right? And actually sometimes the plant looks like it's almost dying, and you just give it the care it needs. And then when the season changes, right, it just comes to bloom. I think a lot of people, when they're not experienced, just think a plant's dying, and then we'll be like, oh, well, I might as well stop caring for it.
Mm.
And actually that's when you need to just keep stay the course. And then eventually when the season rolls around, it's gonna work.
So TLP is consistency and
And also, it would be great if we can create focus groups on to materialize this opportunity and letting the community so they can think about branding, community, having a landing page, establishing the DAO. So we could do those focus groups, and then a member could be part of one group or part of multiple groups at the same time. But it's a good way of understanding where each one of us will be focusing on.
Amazing. That's a really good next step. I want to get it started, and Kat's going to help me on who you don't want to be and who you want to be as a working group DAO. And I want you to think of wide but also narrow ways to define that. So this is the first instance to discuss that. So don't look at any of the things that you're writing down and think, well, I'm not sure whether I should be sharing that. This is, you're here now, and by proximity gives you an opportunity to intertwine. So let's use that opportunity. So anything that you think of that you don't want to be, that you want to be, you can take previous experiences of things that have worked out or haven't worked out, influence that, so what you write down. And we're going to do this in the 1-2-all formats, which means that you individually write it down for yourself first, then you share it with your neighbor, and then we'll put it on the flip charts. So that gives us the first starting point of what the working group DAO is meant to be from this intertwining. Yeah?
Are there some rules that we should be selecting from? Or
Uh,
community that
just, I think having roles in the community could be one of the things that works, you know? So if you're writing down what works and what doesn't, or what do we want to be, what do we don't want to be, maybe one of the things that you want to be is, okay, we want to be structured, and by structured we mean having roles as part of that, having defined roles.
I see what you mean. So it's from the perspective of the whole group, not what you want to bring in as a, was that the, yeah. Okay.
And it's fine if you take a role which is not particularly what is, for example, I am a principal engineer, but for this I would like to take an active role in the community. I want to spread about our DAO, and I want to talk to people and teach everyone I know in my network. It's totally fine to take a role which is not, particularly in this specialization.
Yeah. So there's two bits in there: who you want to be in the community and what you want the community to be. But we'll distinguish that once we put it on the flip charts. But what I'd like you to do first is to grab some paper, and I'm just gonna chuck this here in the middle, and you can grab it. And then you can write down for yourself what we don't want to be and what we want to be.
And this is as a community, so not as you personally.
So you did have some other time.
We did! But I only tell you now. How mean.
The last round.
And you have 3 minutes to do that individually, and then you have 3 to share with your neighbor, and then we come back together.
Yeah. What you want to be as a community.
What we want to be.
You as a working group DAO? What do you want to be?
The plural, the plural we want.
Yeah.
So basically what we want community to be.
Yeah. minutes to share it with your neighbor. We'll just have the good hair here. Yeah.
Verbally or we exchange papers?
Yeah, perfectly.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I imagine we should read some.
Immunity that cares for privacy and enables self-sovereignty. Working group defines what exactly is making sure that we have a very clear everything that I tell you about I think it's
What?
And I was in the team that created
Aus irgendeinem Grund bin ich ausgesigned.
Thank you. All right. Quick exchange. I know it was short, but I hope it kick-started the thought process. So the next step, as we said, we want to note down what or who we want to be and who we also don't want to be as a working group DAO. I think we can go popcorn style again. So you pop when you want, so when you're ready to go. So whoever wants to kick us off and tell us what's going on which side should do. Do you want to start?
Sure.
Do you want to maybe just stick around?
Sorry. Yeah, I was just thinking, I'm sure that everyone's going to have lots of different ideas, and this can evolve to be many things. But the first baby step, I was just thinking would be a neutral working group, a non-profit, community of like a loosely knit group of people that come to the AttestationDAO as a place where they can get in touch with everyone. Maybe there's a Discord. It's a place for information sharing. Some sort of loosely knit association where you can imagine, even for the MVP, it's nothing more than a website with the names and logos of all the people of the companies who are part of the AttestationDAO, and you can see the list of them, and then maybe on each company's website at the bottom they say we're part of the AttestationDAO, and that is like the basic first step. That's, I'm sure there will be other things, but I think just as a first step could be that. And then AttestationDAO, maybe at other conferences, other places, have an event at each place. And all the companies will know about it, and projects and standards. And
so I hear a bit of a mix of what you want to be, but also some next steps in this already, right?
Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes,
just want to make sure to capture correctly.
Yes,
so you want to be a neutral working group, kind of loosely knit.
Yeah.
And the next step, we can maybe capture it on the slides somewhere already.
Oh, the next step was just a website with a list of everyone who agrees to be part of the landing page of all the entities who agree to be part of the AttestationDAO.
Yeah. Great. Thank you. Cool.
I would also like to reiterate that, just to throw the question out in the open, right? We Smart Open Lab are hosting this. There is no other sponsorships behind it, but we are just the host. Right from this beginning of it, I want to make it clear that we are just running this group or on this day so that we leverage on DevConnect where really amazing people will come in with real purpose, and we want to make it as neutral to make sure that this is a community-driven thing rather than.
Yeah, that was my assumption. Like if AttestationDAO was owned by a for-profit company, we wouldn't be involved. Exactly. It has to be a neutral organization that's not owned or controlled by anyone.
Yeah. And can I add on something that's relevant, but in the what we do not want to be section? What we do not want to be is a DAO that is controlled or left to be managed or organized by Smart Open Labs. We only want to be a contributor. We don't want to be the owner or controller. Sure.
Yeah, that's great. Which is like a kind of organic formation.
It's just something that supports the ecosystem.
Yeah.
Not a top-down entity.
It supports the ecosystem, and one of the ways, maybe I'm digressing a little bit, but one of the ways that we can support the ecosystem, help Ethereum attestation ecosystem, and would be through collaborating and adopting these sort of technology and laying out some fundamental standards, right? Which is huge in some cases at this point of time.
Sure.
Yeah.
So I'd like to keyword adoption in here. So I'd like to see leaders finding opportunities to use technology of communities or websites, and through this we get to use right technology. And I'd like to see ideas in context of use cases. Basically, to be practical, we need the adoption driver.
Enabler driver. Adoption enabler driver. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead. Yeah. So as a community, I would like us to be, to form a common standard for attestation across the blockchain or across the chains, or build a framework which can be plug and play across any blockchain. So we take a base layer attestation, then since we already built this layer, we can
one of them. Yeah. We don't claim to be we're just one project, and we'd love to engage and share with others and have feedback because we haven't launched on the yet.
Exactly what I want to be as a community. We need to build some conference which anyone can use. The base attestation framework. That's one thing we want to be, and which we don't want to be is like Samina said, I don't want to be centralized.
Yeah. Thank you. More.
Yeah, I will add a few points. So, in very high level, we want to have a crystal clear value proposition after this. So, crystal clear value proposition. Like, what is AttestationDAO is going to provide? And one more point is that attestation or attestation itself could be one component in a bigger organization. So the way I see it, we need to have a clear segregation between the attestation and identity component. I mean, this could be two components that this community will be building and find a way how to make this improve. So what I don't want to, what we don't want to be, we don't want to be a community with great strategy but no execution. This is one point. Another point also, what we don't want to be, we don't want to be a community or a DAO where we get incentives, but we don't have long-term retention or long-term value proposition moving forward. We don't want to repeat ourselves, right? Don't repeat yourself. So if something is already there, let's try to leverage that and the IP or even attestation is a good example how we could take those components and try to consolidate all these different components into one universal solution.
Just one thing I think everyone should be cognizant of is as soon as you have more than 2 people in the room, you have 100 ideas, right? So the goals of like coming up with a particular standard or something that everyone uses are incredibly lofty and probably not something that would be easy to do because maybe the way that EAS does things doesn't work for someone else's application. And maybe DID doesn't work for a particular thing. And over time, it's going to take a few years probably, the market will determine what are the most successful protocols and everything. But I think if we try and define something right away, like this is what everyone should do, we might paint ourselves in a corner. So just to keep aware that I'm sure there'll be lots of different ideas and everything, but to say particularly we should come up with this or that could be a very difficult one.
You are trying to say we should make it a declarative community rather than imperative.
I mean,
just declare what we want to do, but we don't necessarily say we need to do it like this or like that.
Just the sense that if there's an assumption here that someone thinks that we will reach a unanimous consensus on some particular topic, I think it's unrealistic. Yeah. And so that's why it should be more of a loosely linked group of ideas.
You can have an abstract standard with several reference implementations. Yeah.
Sure.
Something that
for sure you can. I just mean that that's a very long-term process where each person will say, this part of your standard I don't agree with. It can take months or years to reach.
I think we need to initiate that discussion, because when I say that I don't agree with it, that's why we build the next one, right? That's why we fund the next project, and the next project, and the next project, and everybody can build. And that's, like in this case, we incentivize them to build, to have this communication, and basically expand the space. Right?
So is the goal, sorry.
Can we stay on what we do want to be and what we don't want to be?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, you're absolutely right. That probably agreeing on a standard between us is a lofty goal, but like working together doesn't mean that we cannot keep the interoperability of our different solutions in mind. Just because they don't use the exact same API or something like this, we can still like try to help each other a bit when making decisions to actually make things work together in a better way.
But can we go in with goals like adoption as something necessarily we are not opening it up into one standard or the other, right? Is it something that's genuine to do? Focus on adoption rather than standardization. Maybe because standards could be more relevant, right?
I imagine if there's one entity that's part of AttestationDAO that makes something awesome that everyone wants to use, and that is something that AttestationDAO helps to raise awareness for, then that's the goal. That's a great thing to achieve. Yeah.
Simplicity will bring adoption. Instagram, when it went and it got viral, it was just sharing an image, and that's it. It went viral like fire. So I think we need to focus on simplicity, which will bring us a lot of adoption benefits.
So I have a outside question that we will be doing. Do you guys think that over longer term horizon, the goal to really maintain standard and probably the goal to common use? Yeah, absolutely. Not right now.
never converges to one standard, ever.
If I could caveat that, if I could caveat it a little bit, there might be in the future, in the beginning there will be many, just like we have 100 L1s right now. But you know, for the most part, a lot of those L1s have just forked the EVM. So in some way, the EVM is becoming a standard for, not all, there's still a lot of stuff, but you know, it's a popular standard for layer ones. And you're right, there won't be like one standard that everyone will use, but I do think over time, because of network effects, there will probably be some attestation standard, whatever, that a majority of the ecosystem ends up.
So can I get a show of hands very quickly, just out of curiosity, how many of us have participated in standardization process before? So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, cool.
I want to be experimental. I want to try a bunch of shit.
Yeah. As a community being experimental.
And then you're supposed to have one, and then we'll move on to the next steps.
I guess we want to make sure that rewards or incentives are distributed evenly, and ensure that people who collaborate are recognized for their collaboration. Right? So you don't want someone who didn't do the work to take the credit for the work.
Yeah. Equal distribution of recognition.
Yeah. Is the goal to get grants from wherever and vote on which projects get grants?
No, I think at a deeper social level, my personal level, you need to recognize people's contributions. It's very important. Not commercial.
Yeah, for sure.
Are there any burning things that have not been said yet that you really as a community want to be or don't want to be? Because otherwise, when we still, we're going to move into kind of merging those with the steps. Like, so for example, like this landing page or something, and other steps that you might want to take to get this in order. We'll move into that. But first you, and then Nick. Okay. Yeah, you go ahead.
I think we need to be what I would like us to be definitely value driven. So, you know, I think people really rally behind values more than they do behind ideas. So it's a very important part of.
Are we all on the same page? What like value driven individuals?
I think the goal should be that we might want to be agile accountable. Well, everything really, but stuff such as values might need to change over time.
Values in the sense that like people vote on something, or just
values like we're going to be building attestations, be enablers of self-sovereignty and protectors of privacy. Have a couple of things that we agree are non-negotiable for the work that we're trying to put out there.
I think most of the people in the room would be fully on the privacy, self-sovereignty sort of spectrum. But for political reasons, maybe early on we don't want to particularly put ourselves in one particular box, because maybe some governments want to work with us at the same time. And if it's too much of a libertarian thing.
We already added it now as the next step, alignment on value. And I think Nick wanted to say something, so.
I'm totally with you on that, by the way.
So this is more like one of the ethos. I guess if the DAO was kind of very what it would actually feel like being so collaborative, adaptive, goal-driven, solving hurdles as a group, welcoming as a community, chain Web2, Web3 agnostic, problem solving, and solutions that would be building through collective research and development.
What was
Exactly what I
the
had on
chain
my
web
chain agnostic.
Okay, you got it.
But
Yeah, I think chain agnostic is a key value proposition, which is I think missing.
and that is collaborative something, right? You want to be collaborative, you want to be open for everybody to participate, and everybody has the same interest, and democratic is how you can establish that particular conversation and how do you agree on things, right? How do you consent on things? Yeah, so kind of sums that up already.
Chain agnostic meaning like also non-EVM chains?
Also non-EVM.
Okay.
Yeah.
Could be Solana or whatever.
Solana, Cosmos.
Yeah. I think there's two different perspectives here, right? You're like more on the execution side, like how are we going to do this, and that's like the concept and visualization and vision side, that's like what we want to achieve, right? So we are dreaming right now, we are thinking of how to like execute it. That's why the conversation and thinking happens.
Well, there's definitely more money when you bring in more blockchains or grants.
To pick up on that, I can share it in the follow-up. There's actually a really nice model on it. It's called the full circle leadership, which touches exactly on that, where it's a mixture of operational and vision, and you need all of them in order to get things done, in order to actually execute the entire circle to collaborate together. So it's good to pay attention, but it's good that you're all in the room.
May I propose one proposal? When I was in the DAO, I made a proposal to make the DAO organization into a United Nations observer community. Yeah, there are already 500, 400, or 500 of the global community organization, which is positioned as the observer of the United Nations, like PLO. Palestinian Libertarian Organization. So, and but at some moment they don't like United Nations in the DAO. But how about on the ONU organization? It's a very the world we will be a world approved organization.
You want AttestationDAO to be inside the UN?
Yes, yes. Well, some.
It's a lofty goal, but
that's a goal.
I need the UN.
They're wildly
I don't know if
it's
an interesting suggestion, but I think those types of things are for later discussions.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of good energy in the room, which means you will get stuff done. It's the first of the planning, so there's many more to come. What we'd like to do is to use the last minutes to think of concrete steps. So we'll quickly keep back the things that you said, starting with me, and then we can add concrete steps to, okay, you want this, so how are you going to make it happen, right? So what you don't want to be, what you said was, you don't want it to be managed by smart token labs, you don't want it to be top-down, you don't want it to be centralized, you don't want to repeat solving the same problems, you don't want to have low retention or a great strategy and then crappy execution, and you don't want it to be where you don't actually help each other. But what you want it to be is mutual working group, which is loosely knit, that you want to have Smart Token Labs as a host or contributor, that you want to form a common standard, that you want to have adoption and enablers and drivers, clear value proposition, so that seems like there's already a to-do here. Yes, collaborative and adaptive and welcoming, that's already, there you go, it's right there, one left to do. And I guess this also belongs here. And value-driven, that's chain Web3 agnostic. Yeah. And then things that we've already put in there as to-dos or next steps is alignment on values, so that's probably good to still suss out. And then I added here full circle leadership eval. I'll send that model after today, but that's basically seeing who's in the room and where do you sit on this circle of getting things done, because we need the balance in that, but also an acknowledgement of it. Otherwise, you end up debating something which really shouldn't be debated because you're all pulling on the same strings. And then landing page with profiles. So what I'd like to do is to,
Add some other action points.
Add some next action points, and then I guess if we were to continue with Smart Token Labs as a contributor, or figure out together in this room, like what's the concrete next step? Is this another meeting? Is this making this landing page? Is this Telegram group? Alright, so yeah.
So yeah, in terms of what's the next step, my suggestion would be, because I do this every day basically as a community manager, we need two things: accepted channel of communication, which everyone uses. My recommendation, for the sake of construction, would be Discord, because it allows much better visibility. I know many of the developers might prefer Slack, but I would prefer Discord. It's much better to manage. And then you need a universal point of truth. Whether we decide to use Notion, whether we decide to use Google Documents, whatever, it needs to be one place where we keep all the information from here and after here. Once we have these two things established, then we can communicate and we can share videos and do all these things. So these for me, these are the two most important steps.
So this is the first step.
Yeah.
Just really decide on these two platforms before we leave the room today, so that we don't
We're on it. So let's start with the communication platform. Okay, so you mentioned Discord, Slack. What else?
Yeah, the one is Telegram.
Telegram. So we have 3 options. Any other options that you want to bring in?
There's one that, through lack of adoption, I'm more like mentioning it just to.
What is it, man?
It's called Zulip, and it's basically, I see it as like a better version of Discord. It's very similar to Discord and Slack, because there's the key difference is that in Discord and Slack you have threads, right? That typically not many people use them, and in Slack you can't even name them. In Zulip, threads are a first-class citizen, and they're called topics. And that enforcement of like every message has to be attached to a thread, but you can move between move messages between threads. It's a bit like imagine if email had no subject header, it would be an absolute nightmare. That's kind of what Discord and Slack do, and Zulip is like bringing the subject header into the model. So it's open source. There's a hosted version where you can self-host. So it's kind of incredibly neutral, and it's a lot of nice other stuff. I'll just throw it out there. Even if we don't use it, it's good for everyone to be aware of it.
I've never heard of it.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. ZULIP, like tulip.
The only thing I don't like about this Discord is you get communication fatigue.
Yeah, and this is exactly what.
There's a lot of happening.
This is exactly what.
I mean, that's why you have to manage your channels from, right? You have to put like the non-productive channels and like the productive channels.
But you still get like a stream of messages that are loosely related or even unrelated in the same channel.
Sounds like that's a great solution, but I just think maybe since no one's familiar with it,
Good to have a starting point. I'm not
starting Discord and use the Zulip later.
Yeah.
So, show of hands.
Discord.
Okay.
Really?
So you Slack?
Okay, so we have Discord.
Yeah.
Got it. And then where will you keep things?
Can I, ask another question? If it's Discord, who is going to set it up?
Yeah, good question.
I think setting up is not easy.
3, 2, 1, not it.
You're gonna.
No, I said 3, 2, 1, not it.
Yeah, right.
Setting up is not not an issue. It's the simplest task. But I don't want to be implicitly referred to as okay, we will set it up because from this point onwards, it's this community, it's this group.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
So you can do it together, that's no issue. Just give you admin roles and let everybody to manage it.
So basically, what we have Discord in each state.
So what do you want to call it?
This first channel is called Discord is not good. I really like the second one. I really use Discord. Third one, I need redirect.
Alright, so we have Adam and Harpreet set up the Discord. Yeah? Alright, so that's the setup, and then the other bit is maintenance. So I think that's one of the things that just came up. Is there something that you want to settle before you leave this room around maintenance? That's important.
Knowledge base. Knowledge base. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
what are the options?
Notion.
Notion.
Confluence. Notion.
Notions, I think, is pretty happy with this. Yeah. By the way, we don't have to really be strict on that, right? As long as we have a Discord, if you feel Confluence or Notion,
Just putting another option.
You don't want chapter documentation.
Adam has another option.
This is the options, yeah.
Yeah.
So another one that's popular choice for DAOs is discourse, which is kind of less document oriented and more like asynchronous discussion, but people can post proposals there and so on. I mean, I'd say ideally, my personal preference is you do have a discourse, a Discord-like tool and a knowledge base. But if we're just bootstrapping, then maybe that can be initially.
I'd like to know about this version control. I'm not too familiar with the version control system in our conference, but I guess seeing if we're going to be making proposals and things like that, and think about data and changing it might be good to have like happen or something like this help to complement those.
I'm gonna ask before you get into the details, with just setting yourself up, what is it that you need to have in place? Because this sounds like next steps already.
That sounds like it's the features. So I suggest, if we need to head that down and go with something very simple, we can have a Google Docs with just one document, and people can add comments at a certain point, and then we can move on.
You can at least make it look nice.
Show of hands, who would like to use Notion?
What are your conference or?
No, he's got a Telnet VBS.
Old school.
Okay. We're already over time, so.
Who's gonna set up the Notion?
Yeah.
I probably hate it.
I know you would volunteer.
Yeah.
Never done before.
Nick?
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you.
Alright. Is there anything else where you feel like, shit, if we don't get that before
Let's
we
call.
Yeah.
Yes.
Next week.
Yeah, we're creating a attestation DAO.
Regular.
Attestation DAO is
A regular check-in.
I need a logo.
Yeah, branding.
We need a branding.
Yeah, we need branding.
Are we okay with calling
So
ourselves
we had
or
the check-in call and then branding, so one thing at a time. So the check-in call, do you want to set a date for that already? Or say it's a day of the month?
Yeah, like a day, or maybe just like in a month.
Yeah.
So that's a specific day.
Yeah.
In a month.
So who's gonna make sure everyone's there?
If you let me know what the Discord is, I can help you along.
Thank you, Jeremy. So you're setting up the meeting.
When I give everybody a QR code to scan, if you scan it, you're trying to set a strict date,
Just to highlight with this, everyone knows that just to remind us that calls are unavoidably exclusionary. Is that a word? Because of time zones, just plain and simple, right? So that if we and then we try and we say, okay, we'll have two calls, one for like east and one for west, then you fragment the community. So it's like an unavoidable problem. So I'm definitely not saying we shouldn't, we should never have calls, but on the other hand, I think the emphasis should be on asynchronous communication because it can include anyone, and also it ends up being quite often a lot more efficient anyway because if you take time to write things down and document it, in Notion or in a discourse thread or whatever, then it tends to be more precise and it gives other people time to quickly digest your carefully documented thoughts and then respond to those in a considered fashion, and everyone can do it asynchronously. So
I agree. I think it's more inclusive as well. So if you miss a call, then you might miss our conversation,
yeah.
then you can't participate.
Yeah.
It's an async conversation going on, you can catch up at any time.
I mean, take something like research, research conditions as a model, right?
Are you talking about the monthly call we have?
No, I'm talking about the fact that on an asynchronous forum, you can be very productive on a distributed global.
Yeah, that's good.
It's good when it's
and you rely on being like, let's say 80% async, and then you have the second meeting still as a point to come together more or less.
You see, the point of something like Discord or Slack is that is your synchronous messaging thing, or semi-synchronous, right? So that, like, if you want to talk to people in real time, you can do it on Discord, but it's still a level playing ground. So anyone, unlike with a conference call or something like that, if people didn't make it, they can still catch up afterwards relatively quickly just by scrolling back and reading stuff.
So you have concerns about documentation?
That's probably
maybe we can, instead of having a call, we can have like a monthly thread in the month where we say, hey, let's all go on the thread. Like a mega thread.
I'm sure people at some point will just informally have some calls together and just say, hey guys, we're chatting.
Yeah, I mean, you can do voice in Discord, right?
Or whatever, yeah.
And you have a voice channel, and anyone can hop on at any time. So, of course.
I think those things will just informally happen. And,
yeah.
But your point is good. Like, okay, there's some official, super important thing. It's hard to get everyone's.
I think we can keep one channel. For example, we can still have the communication, we can still have the meeting, but keeping everybody in the loop. We just have to check that one track, that what was discussed, and this is what are the action points. And stuff, so everybody can be in sync on this particular track. This is what we have discussed, right? If they can join the meeting, they join it. If they can't join it, they still get still
And then we solve the time zone issue by shifting the meeting time every month.
I don't think so. It's fine as long as they come towards because everybody here is in European time zone, right?
No, sorry, yeah.
Is anyone in American time zone?
Dubai.
What if we roll our eyes and pick a time? I actually
I really think the
I'm in Europe, but my company's in America, so I'm American time.
I think that we can solve the time zone to spending too much time together. Let's just say it's going to be next month. We're going to pick up the time zone, whoever can come, obviously. We're going to make the best way to record and stuff. I want to put up one last thing, sorry, for taking the time, but I think it's important. We have these people who you guys can and you have some of like values, maintenance steps. Very important is that once we establish these channels, who do we invite other people? Because otherwise the Discord can explode with people who are relatively they're known to some of us, right? So then it becomes something that not everyone cares how someone else is going to be doing.
Well, there could be an onboarding form.
Yeah, well, we don't process our probing members, not by attestation methodology, but by accepting what we do.
I think we do that after the groundwork is settled.
Yeah.
Once we
So
get
we don't
all
accept
the
any new members.
I think we need to reach something called critical mass. Like once we have the critical mass, which is like at least a landing page, at least we have something, and then we will open it for other people to join our party. Until there's something to join.
Yeah. So we don't invite any new people, no colleagues, you are not people, no friends, until we set up the number in the organization.
Sure.
Not all of them, if you want.
I think anyone who attended today, right?
Yeah, because all of you have a Telegram group with 250 people.
So unless there's maybe there's some group that couldn't make it, that would be a huge value add. Maybe we don't have
like Polygon guys, for example.
People who will make it.
All right.
Yeah, extremely valuable. Yeah. But let's agree on nothing like anyone until we set up what we decided for next day.
Is that the best course of action?
That's
I think if there's some big value add group who wants to come and we can have a basic outline of what attestation data is, because they missed everything. The most basic things, informal working group, a neutral thing, not controlled by anyone, just a meeting point, like whatever the basic is. Hey, would you be interested in that? Yes or no? Then
well, you have lines of communication set up, so I think within that you can vote, right? You can vote on whether you want to take that organization on or bring it in.
So I'm just worried if we say, oh, now no one else comes into the original discussion that takes.
I raised it as a question. I'm also worried on the other side, like it could dilute the outcome and the purpose. Like if we have too many people joining, then we could lose track and we don't understand. I mean, this is also another on the other side.
I agree. If it's a high quality project, though, presumably we would.
Yeah. Also, I agree with the point was mentioned earlier. Let's build something first, then we start inviting people. Let's build something to join, right? And once that is ready, we can get more opinions because the idea is we would want more people to come in and share and contribute ideas, right? So we want to be collaborative, but we got to fix things and decide on things before we do that.
I agree. One thing that I would, I want to check in is, are we okay to open up this invitation to everyone in the Telegram group? Are we okay to forward the invite to everyone who has attended today? Because there are a couple of people who didn't register, but so that there is AttestationDAO came in and have been contributing fantastically. So there are people like that. So should we open it up to these people, and we would not actively invite anyone else until the ground was set up? Is that where we are going to?
I think the more people that can get involved, the better. So it's not exclusionary.
Yeah.
I prefer to be more open. That's my personal opinion.
And even in Discord, there could be thousands of people, and maybe like 10 people are really pushing it forward, right?
Yeah, that's okay.
That's fine.
I just think I like to err on the side of more open than more closed.
Yeah. And I think that we have.
You know what? I'm gonna pause myself.
Okay. Can we still focus on wrapping this up before we start connecting?
There's one idea we could maybe do is summarize the details of the data and put them in Telegram and say today at the attestation in real life event we found that we wanted to create a DAO and we wanted to use Discord, we want to use Notion, and we want to invite you all and just basically give a summary of what we got to at the end of the workshop today, and then open it up to them and say this is what we want to do. If you want to
and ask for continued feedback from other people.
Yeah.
Maybe someone who wasn't present today has some amazing suggestions.
Does anybody have an objection to that proposal? I mean, there's no objection. Is what I'm saying. I don't want people joining the Discord and see an empty Discord today. So that's why I say that let's fix things up, put up all the content you want to put it up there, then invite them to Telegram.
I think even if it's empty today, people understand it's day one. They're not going to judge and like, oh, it's
all right.
I
got kids to go to school tomorrow.
Do we need to vote on this?
Action item, right? You got an action item.
Yeah, Jeremy.
I'm already in the Discord. So.
Yeah. All right. Should we quickly vote on creating this Notion summary for having this type of baseline that can be shared with whoever is interested in joining this Discord channel?
What you mean vote it? Keep it open or close it to this group?
No, she's talking
about as an action item.
As an action item, yeah.
Like that's clearly something that we still need to figure out. But I think if the summary is there as a base to communicate with others, then it needs to happen first.
Proposal of the summary to go on Telegram.
Yes. So sorry, the summary was thinking because we've got 270 people on Telegram. Some of those can join the right people. So I guess to be inclusive with them and let them join at this really early stage and give them a summary of what happened today. And say,
this is live stream, right?
Yeah,
that's watching it?
It's still being live streamed.
Okay, so maybe there's 50 people who watched it live streaming who wanted to join. So that's why I don't think we should close it to just us. I think we should stay open to.
Let's vote on that.
So
we
keep it
vote
open
on
and
keeping
just,
it open versus keeping it. Yeah. Okay. Who's in for keeping it open? Majority. Who thinks you should write a Notion summary to share with the group, the developer group.
We need a summary for ourselves.
Yeah.
We'll forget, like,
A summary on Notion or Telegram?
Yeah.
Both, yeah, we cannot
on
make summary
Notion,
on
we share the developer.
yeah.
Who can write this Notion summary? Maybe 2 people together?
Yeah.
First contribution to the
What's the due date for this summary? Because I think a lot of people have very busy schedule
Yeah,
for the
right.
next 5 hours in 2 days. That's why.
Especially in the next 5 hours.
Yes.
So what exactly was the summary to be?
Of today, especially what we've discussed, like
Okay.
this basically, I would say.
We could take it a track like this. Maybe, let's do it on Discord. I can try to replicate both of them as it is in Miro, so that we have a digital view on what was discussed at this point of time. And then,
but also not that these have been like unanimously decided.
No,
we want to be and don't want to be, right? It's still a work in progress.
Let's be really clear on that.
Yeah.
The other thing is that I can, start with a Google Doc, just for the sake of the fact that we can review it and add to the comment and confirm on what it is, and then we can, post it on the Notion. More than happy to take up that attempt to summarize.
Yeah.
Cool.
Kicking off the summary.
Yeah.
You got it. Okay, great. I want to wrap it up with one last thing because I feel like you now have this going into a direction, but you still don't have a name. Yeah. So let's just give this whole project a name, this working group, and with that we can wrap it up after.
Yeah, do we want to
Working
group versus DAO?
Yeah, I think
I was actually going to say turn it into DAO at some point, but working group.
Yes.
Working group is the right.
And working group what? Like what's the
Attestation working group.
You're very creative.
AWS. Attestation working.
We'll make it impossible for Google search.
It's a great way to start the work group. With awesome.
Okay, attestation working group.
Alright. Check out the.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
So let's check out. Let's form a circle again. Stand up.
Okay, can we, get it really crystal clear exactly what needs to be going to the Notion summary, essentially what we had decided here, and next steps, and some of the bits from what the activity is working to be. Is that all good? 3 sections? Okay. Cool. We'll start with that. Awesome. Yeah.
All right. Well done, everyone. Lots of work and good conversation happened today, I think. We checked in the beginning of the morning. Not everyone was here, but we want to check out also to see what we kind of wrapped it up today. And I would like to go around with your key takeaway of today. And once you check out, you can take a step back. And I think that you checked out today. Okay?
Very simple.
So, and first of all, I really want to start with you circle. It's like my
Is it oval right now?
Yeah, it's very oval. All right. So first up, what you have to go when you're ready to check out the thing from your key takeaway of today.
Yeah, just really quick. It's good to see that there's lots of people thinking about attestations, and nice to know that everyone wants to kind of find other people who are like-minded and see if there's discussions and changing ideas we have. So my takeaway is that I'm glad to see that there's something going on there. So, yeah.
Thank you.
My takeaway is that setting up working groups is actually kind of hard. Pretty cool though, but kind of hard.
Thank you.
Like, not the process, just like the different.
My takeaway is that it's really good to see that there are like-minded people, as was mentioned earlier. And I also love the fact that we are taking more pragmatic approach. The last bit that I loved was that we did not take DAO because that's the most hyped up thing, the really cool thing to do. We're taking it a pragmatic approach. Let's see where we go and we will take it forward from there. So practical, like-minded, interested, engaging. So very happy, very happy.
And in some ways, there's a lot of interesting people doing interesting things in this space, and it's great that everyone's open to try to actually collaborate and solve the issues, be open to how to solve the issues so that we can actually make something that can actually end up being practical and being used.
I will follow you. This has been like a super interesting day. And yeah, even though I cannot follow all the details in depth, I'm very impressed and yeah, positively not surprised, but like it's been really positive to see that you're also willing to collaborate and come together for like a really cool thing, like a thing that is happening completely out of my world. But yeah, curious to kind of try to follow it maybe.
Yeah, that resonates with me. I'm impressed. For one, it's been a very long day, and you're still sitting here, determined to figure out the last details so you can carry this forward afterwards. Yeah, so my key takeaway is diversity of thoughts, but also the energy brought in by people coming from all over the place, and that can really put things on fire in a good way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just asking for a minute of attention that everyone gets their checkout recognized. Okay.
So my key takeaway is the connection we have here and the work we do. Thank you.
So my key takeaway is that we will need to do a lot of work to put these things into practical use cases. Like from an outsider perspective, I love what everyone does and how everyone wants to contribute. But I see that we will need to spend a lot of effort in commercializing all of these ideas that happen here. And I don't mean commercializing like making money, but like putting it into products that people use.
Thank you.
The key takeaway is that it's easier to set up DAO offline rather than online, because you probably already hardcore in the online space. So
it's working good.
My key takeaway is observing the process, how we reach here. I would like to thank you for all that you have done and that was super organic, that was very comprehensive and very inclusive. So you reach a stage, and it's not every day you reach to a state where you have that much diversity of thoughts and diversity of people into one space. And I think that was very streamlined and was amazing.
my key takeaway is like, of course, to know you guys and how Web3 attestation should looks like and should it looks like in this perspective. So yeah.
My key takeaway is that while all of us here are very passionate and want all the DAO, it really helps to have someone who's an expert, right, to help us to make ideas that we might not have otherwise had. With on things like this is what we don't. I don't think we would have done that otherwise. We wouldn't have thought of it. Yeah, that's helpful.
Thank you.
So my key takeaway is I don't know what exactly key takeaway is, but well, thanks for the SDJ who brings me to this.
Yeah.
SDJ, you. Thank you very much. And this is for me, it's a deja vu of the DAO, so I want to make this succeed without having hacking, yeah.
Okay.
And yeah.
Thank you.
My key takeaway is
obviously meeting everyone here today. It's been great to meet new faces and also catch up with people in the past and things. Alex, Kat, and such like the tools that you kind of shared with us, things like negative brainstorming are just really incredible to really get your mind working in different ways. And I think that opened up other kind of thought processes that we definitely wouldn't have thought of otherwise. So yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
So my key takeaway will be that you already noticed that we all streamed this very morning, right? We have not met before, but we all had something in common. We wanted to solve this thing. We wanted to come together. So looking at that, I'm actually really here, like, see how exciting it is, and at the same how amazing it is that a bunch of strangers can get along in a room the whole day trying to ideate things and solve problems because they are important, right? So I would like the same energy and momentum to actually continue, so we can actually continue the discussion and make this happen, right? That was my key takeaway.
Yeah, my petition is this. I'm impressed with the community, it's very clear, and I don't see a lot of people coming here in a very specific way and take that away and done. So everybody is actually pretty clear about how we get it. So basically, another way to say what you said.
Yeah, I have nothing to add.
All of you work.
Amazing. Well then, put your hand in the air. Put your hand on your back. Give yourself a pat on the back. We can all dance today. Give some Enjoy your meal.
So just before we go,
Great work. Thank you guys so much. Thank you so much. Great stuff. All right, time to stop the stream.
Yeah,